I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. The time is 11:43 in the morning. I apologize that we're starting much later than what we had announced. The council had an administrative meeting and training this morning, and then there were a couple of things that came up after that. So I apologize. The subject of today's hearing is the Office of the State Superintendent of Education's Division of Student Transportation. Reading from the hearing notice, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education's Division on Student Transportation, otherwise known as OSSE DOT, is tasked with providing safe, reliable, and efficient transportation services for nearly 4,000 eligible district students with disabilities. Since its inception, OSSE DOT has faced challenges delivering services to eligible students. In a report issued by the District of Columbia Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights in December 2024, documents testimony from past hearings and interviews with parents describing the consequences of an insufficient and unreliable transit system, the consequences on student safety and education. To mitigate the challenges of staff shortages, call-outs, and increased demand, OSSE DOT has implemented a multifaceted plan focused on restructuring bus driver and attendant staffing, expanding private routes, streamlining parent and guardian communication systems, and growing the parent stipend program. Additionally, OSSE DOT anticipates piloting a new bus tracking system in the summer of 2026 that equips each bus with a GPS-enabled tablet and provides families with immediate information. The purpose of this hearing today is to understand the success or not of OSSE DOT's efforts and to determine if additional action is needed to provide safe and reliable transportation for students with disabilities. I'll say a little bit more. So as noted, there are roughly 4,000 students who rely on transportation as part of their individualized education plan. And although my sense is that things have gotten better in the last couple of years, there still is, I'm going to say roughly a 92% on-time compliance rate. And while anything over 90% is in school and A, in my view, the challenge here is that the record needs to be 100% because we're talking about parents and kids and what the disruption to the parents and their schedule, maybe even their employment, disruption to the student and their education. And so even though this is a human system, and human systems are not perfect, it needs to be 100%. I would also note that in looking at data in preparation for today's hearing, one of the issues that we've looked at are a number of complaints received, and it's kind of shocking that there have been more complaints received this September than there were a year ago in September. Now, complaints isn't the same as on time or late, although there's going to be some correlation there. So while I feel like the system's gotten better, there still are important issues, and that's what this hearing's about. So we're going to begin the hearing with 6 individuals whom we invited who have some expertise in this area. And then we have roughly 25 members of the public, and I expect many of them are parents. Most of them are probably parents who will be testifying, and I want to hear what they have to say because they are the customers. And then we will hear from the government. So that's the structure of today's hearing. Anyone who wishes to submit anything, comments for the record, because we do file a record for our hearings, has 2 weeks. That is, the record will close at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, November 11th. That doesn't mean that council members won't look at anything we get after that, but we file a record. And if we don't get it by 5 p.m. November 11th, which is actually a holiday, so probably 9 a.m. on November 12th. It probably won't get in the record. Give me a second. So let me call the invited witnesses. There's 6. I think 3 of them are online. Leslie Bradby, who is route planner with the Arlington Public Schools. Karen Archer, who's transportation coordinator, preschool special education with the Arlington Public Schools. Rosalind Van Jackson, who's chief support services officer with Broken Arrow Public Schools in Oklahoma. Kiba Baldwin, who is Director of Transportation in Central Garage, Prince George's County Public Schools. Tina Mitchell, who's Special Needs Transportation Coordinator with the Greenville County Schools in South Carolina. And Robin Marshall, who's Director of Transportation, Prince William County Public Schools, Virginia. I think I'll call folks in that order. One of you is Leslie Bradby.
My name is Leslie.
Microphone.
Hi, my name is Leslie Bradby. I've dedicated 27 years to the field of school transportation. Throughout my career, I've held various roles, including driver, trainer, router, dispatcher, field trip, payroll specialist. I've served in 2 different school systems, both of which required the implementation of procedures to ensure the safe and compliant transportation of students. As a parent, before becoming an employee, didn't realize there were several factors to affect overall transportation. You as a parent are focused on your child, and as an employee, you must focus on all of the students. Both of the counties presented their own challenges, especially with door-to-door service provisions. While school staff approved such services, we often encountered where we could not get the bus, access the streets where the buses were restricted. If or when transportation is unable to adhere to what the IEP team promised, staff must revisit the IEP to change the verbiage. It delays transportation in starting. Once approved requests are a part of the IEP document, it's hard to also take it back. Transporting students is a very complex. Considerations must be made regarding the suitability of routes, traffic conditions, length of travel. It's imperative that we transport all students in accordance with applicable laws and school district policies. Adding special circumstances as equipment usage makes it more of a challenge. Like loading a wheelchair takes approximately 5 minutes. Strapping in a regular vest is about a minute, a seatbelt. Having gen ed students on a bus, it takes about 10 seconds for a student to load. Between driver aid shortages, along with significant high absenteeism, it definitely affects your ability to cover routes. The situations may lead you to double runs, go back for runs, which lengthens the routes and affects on-time arrival for AM and PM. If there's, in my experience, when students had other appointments, doctor's appointments, the parents needed to plan to possibly pick them up, or we would have them call and see if the bus was going to be late, because we have to get them to and from school. But school buses are also designed with a feature called compartmentalization, which enhances the safety in the event of an accident. Like we have to watch the equipment and regulations surrounding bus sizes. Students who exceed the height requirements for boosters cannot be transported in them. Sometimes school staff will put the students in a booster and then you have to go back and revisit the IEP, things of those natures. Seating arrangements on a bus plays a critical role as well. You can't have, or you shouldn't have, students that are in a seatbelt sitting behind a student that's in a vest, because you have the cam wrap that's on the back of the vest or the seat that they can undo. On time, like looking at students with they're going to other schools, like long periods, it takes a while sometimes, and that is definitely a challenge because you have traffic and everything. Sounds like the school systems need to establish something with OSSE DOT as far as implementing some procedures or policies. Some things that I have considered in my past was working with the staff, between school staff and transportation staff, having transportation staff involved in IEP meetings to be able to say whether we can get down a street or we could do door to door, curb to curb, or get as close as possible. If they should be in a Houdini vest or a regular vest, seatbelt. But working very well with a special needs team, building a rapport with the staff. Requirements for the student if they are eligible for transportation, what qualifies them for that. If medical, does the family provide certain documentation? Establish the necessary routing time needed to route students. Does the transportation staff have 3 days, 5 days, 7 days? Because you have to, a lot of things to consider when adding a student depending on where they live. School staff notify transportation of a student enrolling or moving, which could give transportation heads up on looking at where they can route the student or put them in a run. Having a GPS system definitely will help, and having a system where you can send out alerts to families to let them know that the buses are delayed. Establish how long your route should be, how long you want a student to ride on the bus. Is it at 45 minutes, an hour, hour and 15, whatever the school system comes up with. Make a guide, like a guide of liaison to the staff at the schools, like what the vest requirements are, because you have certain sizes, weights, height limits for a booster. They can quickly reference it and see what they can use. Determine when transportation staff should be included in the IEP meetings. Because we have to see, like, if there's a wheelchair, we also have to know if there's a wheelchair that's approved. So we have to know that ahead of time. As a school staff are trained, though, in teaching physical therapy, et cetera, transportation professionals specialize in the logistics and safety of students in transit. Therefore, the collaboration between the school staff and transportation is very vital. Ensuring compliance with provisions outlined in IEPs agreed upon by the IEP team should remain the primary objective. These programs document the specific needs of each student and outline strategies for fostering their success in an educational setting. The IEP team should include transportation experts to optimize the effectiveness of these plans. Another goal is to create a plan that is safe, efficient, and accommodating everyone's unique requirements. That is all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Karen Archer.
Morning. My name is Karen Archer. I'm the transportation coordinator for preschool and special education for Arlington Public Schools. I have 26 years in transportation. I began my career in Loudoun County with the remaining bulk of my years in Arlington. I've served in various positions from bus driver, trainer, cluster leader, and coordinator. And I've served on various committees and have a passion for special education students. As the transportation coordinator for special education in Arlington, it has been my great honor to have worked closely with our special education department, our directors, supervisors, and school administrators, student support coordinators, school staff, to implement and processes to provide excellent customer service to our special needs students and families. We have successfully added a companion document to our IEP process, which is the ITP, or the Individualized Transportation Plan. And it details for our drivers and also for our staff more information on what the needs specifically are of the student on the bus. We also use copies of that document to add to our to give to our bus staff, so they have a document with them at all times detailing what the needs of the student are. I've worked tirelessly to improve communication with all stakeholders to ensure that we're going the extra mile to assist our students and families. There are various challenges providing special transportation for us being aware of and interpreting the law. Although there are interpretations based on state, county, city, and jurisdiction, the basis of the law is clear. We must provide equal access to transportation for students with disabilities to access free, appropriate public education. Where we may differ in how these services are rendered, there should be emphasis on providing the best services that we can and understanding that although we may desire to meet every individual need, there are limits. It has been my experience over the years that the best avenue for success is communication and collaboration. And this approach helps in planning and assigning students transportation. And it also provides clarity when we work together and we understand all of these processes. And as Leslie detailed very thoroughly in her statement, it's very important that we work together.
Thank you, Ms. Archer. Rosalind Van Jackson.
Good morning, council
Morning.
members and leaders. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Good morning. My name is Rosalind Van Jackson, and I serve as a Chief Support Services Officer for Broken Arrow Schools in Oklahoma. I oversee transportation, child nutrition, our before and after care program for one of the largest districts in our state. Our transportation department is approximately we serve about 15,000 students, and we have approximately 3,000 students with disabilities that we provide transportation services for. In addition to that, I sit on the national board for the National Association of Pupil Transportation. I speak nationally with regards to students and transporting students with disabilities, and I'm excited to be here to provide this statement today. Over the past several years, technological advancements in geographic information systems and global positioning systems, GIS and GPS systems, have kind of transformed how our district plans and how I see districts planning across the nation to provide adequate transportation services for students with disabilities. These systems provide an opportunity for data-informed planning, also interdepartmental collaboration and IDEA compliance, which is of utmost importance in this conversation with regards to our most fragile students that we have the pleasure of transporting. GIS technology is specific to the mapping structures of routing systems that can be standalone as well. And it provides an opportunity for districts to look at where students actually reside and help the decision makers when programming decisions and choices for placement are at the table. This can be done on a year-to-year basis. The transportation software allows for transportation routes to be layered, demographic data of students, also the program locations by site that individuals can review and look at opportunities to place programs in places where it mitigates long travel times for students, just as the added layer of benefit and collaboration with the transportation department and for the overall benefit of students. Beyond just the placement, which is the very foundational level of planning for transportation services for students with disabilities. These systems provide proactive collaborations with regards to the IEP. In reference to collaboration, as the two witnesses have mentioned before, it's imperative that districts have communications, open lines of communications with the transportation departments, as they have expertise in what will need to occur in transporting these students and ensuring that their transportation is stable, consistent, reliable, and successful. In regards to that, the witness before mentioned an individualized transportation plan. This assists when you have specific student tendencies on the bus that aren't available or seen in a classroom. It's important for students' needs to be addressed in an additional document, which could be the individualized transportation plan. It formalizes the communication between the special needs or education departments in transportation, and allows for every responsible adult to be informed on what the needs of the students are while they're being transported. In addition to that, analyzing what the GIS and GPS trends are important and should be done proactively on a year-to-year basis. We do a debriefing every year at the end of the year to discuss what the potential needs are for the upcoming year so that we could take a proactive approach. That is something that is very much beneficial. It helps us to be proactive so that we aren't waiting reactively when things escalate. We can review ride times, on-time performance, recurring patterns, and intervene again in a proactive manner. In addition to that, there are a lot of improvements in technology by way of GPS. I'm excited to hear that you all will be taking advantage of the benefits of technology and leveraging that for the benefits of students and also parents. There's the ability to have automation and communications where the GPS systems on the buses automatically will send out notifications when the bus is expected to arrive late, when buses are experiencing challenges with traffic, and it lessens that burden on the transportation department and gives that parent a peace of mind in knowing when that bus is scheduled to arrive so that they can care for the needs of the students while they wait. I respectfully urge the council to continue supporting initiatives that promote the integration of GIS and GPS in student transportation planning, encouraging collaboration also between transportation professionals and IEP teams and recognizing the valuable tools like the individual transportation plan will not only enhance IDEA compliance, but improve efficiency and ensure safer, more consistent services for students across the district. Thank you for your time and your leadership and your continued dedication to equitable education for all students.
Thank you, Ms. Van Jackson. Kiba Baldwin.
Good morning,
Good
Chair
morning.
Mendelson and board members. My name is Kiba Baldwin, and I serve as the Transportation Director for Prince George's County Public Schools. We are one of the nation's largest school districts. We have over 1,200 school buses. These vehicles are assigned with over 1,000 routes, ensuring safe and reliable service over 85,000 students each day. With 23 years of experience in education, 10 in the academic field, 13 in student transportation, it's at my core that the service that we provide every day, the service that we provide for our families and our students, we're committed to equity, safety, and service. So thank you for the invitation, and hopefully we can share some information to help you continue on your path and definitely learn from others that have spoken and are to speak. So I want to just share briefly a couple factors that seems to be overlapping when we talk about special education. A big part is the family-facing communication. We talk about the communication between our buses and our schools, developing routes in compliance with IEP accommodations, and language access for us, and then driver and support staff training. And so some of the things that we have done here in Prince George's County related to the family-facing community. We have multiple platforms to ensure parents receive accurate and timely updates regarding student transportation, as well as other related information. So one of those primary tools is a parent portal linked to our student information system. Right now we use Synergy. So there's a parent view app that the parents can download and have access to school information. We tag along and put transportation information in there, and push notifications can be sent through that as well. As far as transportation, we have a parent app that we use on a day-to-day to be able to push information to our families. And we also provide real-time access and their transportation assignments. Our mass communication system we use in our district includes, the name is School Messenger. And so this is kind of like our robocall system where we're able to send emails, text, phone calls on day-to-day issues or just any updates that may occur within the transportation system related to a child's bus. We also have a transportation resolution system, and this is just basically an online inquiry access where parents can list their concerns, list their compliments. If there's a desire to review a bus stop because a parent wants the bus stop changed, that's the avenue that our families can use to enter. We do have our digital communication. Part of that is a phone bank. We have a transportation communication phone bank that serves as the front line for family engagement with transportation related issues. It's staffed by trained folks in our customer service planning. We handle roughly 1,000 calls a day. I know that you mentioned earlier the types of complaints that you get from year to year. We have monitored that for us. I know the first day of school, we received 6,000 phone calls, but it tends to dwindle down because everybody wants to know primarily where the bus is on the first weeks of school. And so we get a lot of calls, but typically it levels out at about 1,000 calls a day that we receive, and we can provide resources and answers to our families in that manner. As we talk about a communication between buses and schools, we have a dispatch office. All of our buses carry two-way radios. And so the dispatch office serves as the central communication hub, managing the real-time communication with the drivers throughout the day for route adjustments and any service-related issues that may occur. We also have at each of our schools a designated transportation contact. This person is responsible for coordinating the morning arrival, afternoon dismissal, logistics, and according to our administrative procedure here, what we call our AP 3541. This person also serves as the immediate point of coordination with schools and families in our transportation department. In addition, we have 6 transportation supervisors. We have 2 special needs coordinators that act as the liaison between the schools and the transportation department to ensure that information flows consistently. And if there are any operational challenges, this is the group who can respond promptly to them. When we talk about compliance with IEP accommodations, this is where the rubber meets the road for us. Our transportation planning within our schools' IEP teams, we adhere strictly to the federal and state regulations regarding with students with disabilities. Our routes are developed to ensure compliance with the student's IEP plan, align with the guidance outlined within our Maryland State Department of Education Technical Bulletin 1601. That's kind of the main source that we follow. We provide transportation to roughly 4,000 special education students who require transportation as a related service. Overall in the district, we're about, I think, right over 15,000 students total. And so we're excited about that. Also, we do have our IEP meetings. The 2 special ed coordinators, as well as my 6 supervisors, sit in on IEP meetings. Our schools contact us if there's an issue, if there's a question, and we do our best to have a seat at the table. That's very important because now we have communication, collaboration in making informed decisions for that student's safety as it relates to transportation. Our language access, we have a language access office. They provide services to help facilitate communications between the schools and our non-English speaking families. We also have a language line that helps us. It's a number that we can call to get assistance. So that's really utilized in our communication teams, our phone bank teams. And finally, our driver and support and staffing and training. We hold training annually. We do an annual in-service for all staff. We provide monthly safety meetings for staff. Our technology side of it, we are providing hands-on technology, our hands-on training for use of our technologies, our GPS systems, from our bus drivers to attendants to our dispatch staff. We have a continuous improvement cycle that we use for professional development, and we assess how do we get better at what we do. And so we do a lot of reflection based on what happens on a day-to-day basis, and it is our goal to try to put all the tools in the hands of our folks that are on our front lines, our drivers and attendants who are getting the job done. We want to make sure that we equip them with all the tools necessary to do the job effectively. So that is a quick nutshell of what we're doing here in Prince George's County. And again, I applaud you for the steps that you're taking and moving transportation forward here in the District of Columbia. And with that, I will turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Tina Mitchell, who's also online.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Tina Mitchell. I serve as the Special Needs Transportation Coordinator for Greenville County Schools. I also currently serve as the President of the National Association of Pupil Transportation, and I've served on the writing committees for the National Congress for School Transportation 2025. I am responsible in our district for ensuring that more than 12,000 students with disabilities and 504 students receive the appropriate and compliant transportation. I'm also the liaison between schools, parents, the special education department, and transportation. One of the most common compliance challenges districts face involve how transportation is addressed in the IEP process. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act defines transportation as a related service. Yet, unlike other related services, it doesn't require input or evaluation for from a transportation expert. It only recommends it. That means IEP teams often make transportation decisions without input from someone who truly understands school bus operations, logistics, bus environment, and safety compliance on a bus. As a result, many IEPs include accommodations that are well-meaning but unrealistic and nearly impossible to implement consistently and legally. I have often seen last on, first off, or ride not to exceed 15 minutes as an accommodation. While these seem reasonable, in practice, limited resources, traffic detours, or breakdowns can make it impossible to meet and place the district out of compliance. Also, words like as needed or when necessary create confusion and liability. If the requirement is needed, such as a safety vest or a behavior support, it must clearly be defined and consistently be implemented. Often, compassion leads IEP teams to offer every available service or grant request made for convenience when equity and safety should guide the accommodations. When transportation professionals are involved in the IEP decisions, we can help teams ask the right questions, such as, how does the bus ride affect the student's behavior or health? Or what accommodations are needed if the ride exceeds a certain duration? Is curb-to-curb necessary, or could a community stop help foster the independence and support travel training as encouraged by IDEA? Can the student ride a general education bus with supports? Does the behavior intervention plan actually work in a bus setting? When transportation experts are included in the IEP decisions, districts are far more likely to avoid costly compliance issue and, more importantly, provide the safer, more equitable services for students. To support this work, transportation experts needs access to tools and teams, such as GPS data, bus video, and communication with the special education department, nursing, behavioral specialist, and legal teams. This access allows us to monitor compliance, identify the gaps, and fix problems early before they become legal, safety or legal issues. So I respectfully urge the council to consider creating policies and guidance that require transportation experts to be involved whenever transportation is discussed in an IEP. This small but critical change would strengthen compliance, improve interdepartmental collaboration, and most importantly, keep our students with disabilities safer and better served. Thank you for your time and your leadership and your dedication to this critical issue.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. And Robin Marshall, who's also online.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Robin Marshall, and I currently serve in the role as Director of Transportation for Prince William County Public Schools. I started my career in pupil transportation right here in Washington, D.C. In 2012, I started working for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education as a management analyst on the transportation's data team, and I fell in love with the work. Throughout the years, I've had the privilege of working closely with special education teams throughout multiple school districts and ensure that eligible students receive safe, timely, and equitable transportation services. Transportation is the backbone of access to education for thousands of students, and its success hinges on leadership. A strong director of transportation is not just important, but it is essential. Beyond that, unwavering support from whomever sits in that seat is required. Without a strong executive leadership team to support the director and their team, without properly allocated resources to sustain the system, and without a shared belief that we are all in this together, the success of a transportation department is not sustainable year over year. This is not a matter of convenience, but more of a matter of equity and accountability. So today, I will be reflecting on experiences that would be beneficial for any school district who transports students with disabilities. The journey towards stronger collaboration began with a clear challenge. The challenge was brought to light by a multitude of state-level complaints and service gaps caused by the lack of coordination between the transportation and special education departments. These issues highlighted the urgent need for systemic change, and to address these issues, a few key actions were taken. These actions started with establishing weekly collaboration meetings. We created a standing meeting cadence between transportation and special education. As time went on and things got better, that collaboration went down to monthly meetings, but constant meetings about the collaboration between transportation and special education was extremely important, especially when issues were not being resolved in a timely manner. So we created an action tracker that was implemented to ensure accountability and follow through on every item listed. Problems were identified and fixed swiftly. This process also shed a light on where additional training and resources were needed. We also address IEP and placement errors. Throughout joint reviews, we identified some inaccuracies in some of our IEP language, and we resolved placement issues that directly impacted transportation eligibility. Prime example, there were some cases where we might have seen some IEPs were written to restrict the transportation ride time to only 30 minutes. And because the IEP is a legal document, putting that language in there now forces the transportation department to honor that. And going outside of that is now directly conflicting with what's written in the IEP. So working with teams and retraining on what to and what not to put in IEPs was extremely important. We formed a transportation work group that included internal staff and external stakeholders. This fostered transparency and shared problem solving. We also invited transportation and logistics professionals in field outside of pupil transportation just to get a fresh lens on the issues we were trying to tackle at the time. We also developed clear performance metrics and service level agreements to define expectations and measure success. On-time performance, student ride time, bus utilization, and parent response time were just a few KPIs that we kept track of. We also enhanced our process tracking. So from the initial request of transportation to the first day of service, we went through those with a fine-tooth comb to try to find where any bottlenecks, delays, or miscommunications existed so we can rectify those problems. We also leveraged technology. Software tools provided measurable data points, enabling us to track progress and identify trends for continuous improvement. Data tells a story, and having that data at our fingertips was a huge help to make informed decisions. We corrected over-servicing in instances where services were provided unnecessarily and took corrective action to align with policy and student needs. And lastly, we prioritize family communication. Open and transparent communication with families built trust and ensured they were informed throughout the process. These initiatives collectively transformed our approach from being reactive to proactive. Complaints decreased, service reliability improved, and families expressed greater confidence in the system. But most importantly, students received the transportation support they needed to access their education without disruption. So by aligning transportation and special education departments, we created a model that prioritizes students and delivers measurable results. So thank you for allowing me the time to share my experiences there, and I'm open for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I do have a few questions. I'm going to start with this. I think all of you touched on the issue of IEPs specifying transportation requirements and struggling to have input into that process. I think I want to explore that a little bit more. Arlington County, how involved can you be in the IEP process? And of course, I'm thinking of the transportation requirements.
What we've encouraged the teams to do is to invite us to the meetings. Over
And
the
do they
years,
invite you to the meetings?
yes, some do, some don't. Our biggest challenges happen when things are added to the IEP that we cannot comply with because, for instance, we have a current example where a parent wanted the bus stop in front of the house, and the bus stop is on a dead-end street. And what the parent was requesting, because there actually is a school bus loop that is now built at the end of that street, but it's an extremely busy school. And at the time, the student, especially in the afternoon, in the morning, it's not an issue, but in the afternoon, it is. We can't access it because there's difficulty even with the buses and the cars and the parents accessing the school. It's a very narrow street, very chaotic placement. So we had to deny the request. And we've been emailing back and forth dealing with this situation because before that was placed in the IEP, there was no consultation, no ask, no check as to where the location is. Is it bus accessible? And it is not. And even though it's at the end of a school bus loop, like I said, part of the day it is not accessible to us. The other part is that it's also that building is used for community as well as school. So it's not even just open in the morning. When there are elections and things, that building is used, that is closed off. And the only access a bus would have would be to use the loop. And there's also an adjacent parking lot, which is not a bus accessible spot. So we had to continue email back and forth, go back and forth, all because no one consulted before they made that adjustment. And it wasn't necessarily an adjustment for the child, as also the parent has a situation that they were also advocating for. So there was no consultation. It created a very difficult situation that we're still, in fact, got an email about this morning, something else that wasn't related, and that was brought up again. So there are those type of challenges that we.
So are you able to deny the
Well,
service?
if we're not, that's an access. We
I
can't get
understand,
there,
but-
yes.
So are you able to?
So we have to go, we have to discuss it. It's a difficult area. So if we can't put a bus there, we can't put a bus there. So that's a
then
logistic.
How do you reconcile that with the IEP?
Well, most times it's changed because we go over the logistics of what it is. But there are times when it's not changed, but if we can't access it, we can't access it.
So-
And technically, we are out of compliance.
So Arlington County requests that transportation be included in the IET process, and sometimes the team will include you and sometimes they don't.
Yes.
What about,
It is not mandatory at this point.
what about Oklahoma? Ms. Van Jackson?
Yes, she made very good points. We try to attend all IEP meetings where there are significant changes to the related service. So not every single IEP transportation related request requires our attendance, but in situations such as she described, we would definitely want to be invited, and we are, to help navigate through those critical components of transportation. To the point of what she made, ensure that we're not in compliant with the IEP and are able to provide the services as requested.
Well, but how, you wouldn't, so, you don't know every student, unless you're invited to every IEP meeting, you don't know every student. So how would you know when you need to be there and when you don't need to be there?
I think the open lines of communication with the IEP team is important. And for that to be set up front in the debriefings that we do annually to discuss what are those opportunities for improvement, what are areas where we need improvement. A part of those conversations are there any changes in the related services? So we would be relying on them to provide us that information prior to having the meeting to ensure that we're able to attend and that we collaborate together for the best result for the students in their transportation.
So it sounds like Broken Arrow has a pretty good relationship between the IEP teams and transportation.
That
Is
is
that
correct.
right? And
That
so
is
the IEP teams, when transportation comes up, they're thinking, do we need to include transportation? And they have no hesitation to include you. Am I
That is-
understanding that correctly?
That is correct.
Mr. Baldwin, Prince George's. So are you automatically included in the IEP teams?
Not all the time, sir. What Ms. Van Jackson mentioned happens a lot. It is really if there's any questions related to the service plan. So anything related to where the stop is located, if there's any equipment necessary for the student, or if there's any particular behaviors that we need to be addressed, those are the types of most known invitations that we will receive. But as a backup, the LEA would let us know, would do courtesy. So communications is still the most important factor between the transportation team and our
So-
school teams.
Is it a challenge still in Prince George's County? In other words, they
No.
sometimes forget to include you when they should?
Not necessarily. We don't.
It's not just being nice
experience-
now.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's our transportation plan. Our schools know transportation is important, and we have put the message out that we can't oversubscribe our services because that's kind of that gets us in a bad pill that we can't provide the basic standard service for our students. And so it's a good collaboration with our schools and our teams to call and communicate. Again, we're there with the most extreme cases. If there is a question that comes up from my transportation team, we call the school and we communicate. And if there are some opportunities that we would need to pivot from what they listed in the IEP, then that IEP team is reconvened and discussed, and those changes are made on a collaborative effort. So it's just, I put it, it's a daily grind because every day is a different challenge.
Let me ask Ms. Mitchell, I think in your testimony, you said, unlike other related services, it doesn't require input or evaluation from a transportation expert, it only recommends it. So how does it work in Greenville?
Yes, unfortunately, that is the federal standard, but here in Greenville, we have done something a little different. A few years ago, we had major issues of compliance because there was no communication or very little communication between the special ed department and the transportation department. That's where I come in and built those relationships. And I think that is important to build those relationships. We actually have 101 schools and we serve 78,000 students. So therefore, I can't be in every place at every time, but I work very closely with the special education department, but I am a member of the transportation team. And I have come up with a roadmap for our schools and our specialists. We have specialists at all the schools. And this roadmap gives them a cue to whether they need to call me before they set up a meeting. And it kind of helps, like Rosalind and Kim had said, that it kind of helps us know when we really need to be there, when we need to put input. And, there was times we got transportation forms that requested accommodations that we weren't able to do. And then I would have to call another IEP meeting to discuss that, which again is more time and trying to get more people in the same place at one time, which is difficult. So they were very open to the roadmap solution that we gave them to kind of, if this is going on or if this is going on, you need to give me a call. But I do have an open line and my phone rings all day long with questions. Also, it rings with, hey, we can serve this child at this location or this location. The classrooms are exactly, but what does transportation look like? And that's also included in when they are talking about placement as well. So, being part of that team and being an integral part of that team to actually ask some of the hard questions like, what does it look like if this child is on the bus a little longer? What accommodations can we do on the bus to make it better for this student? Sometimes is a harder conversation, but easier in compliance when you're finding out what this child actually needs and not necessarily what's convenient for the parents or what's convenient for other people other than what's necessary for the student.
So what I'm hearing in your answer is in part human relations, and that is that you have intentionally tried to build some relationships that help to engender better communication.
Absolutely. I actually took coffee to our special education superintendent and said, we need to talk. And I literally went in
Coffee's all it took, okay.
and we had a conversation and we're like, this is what I bring to the table for this student. I bring transportation expertise to the other services that is being talked about at the table. And I think that was the missing link that we seen that we had was actually being at the table when necessary to ask the questions needed.
Mr. Marshall, Prince William County. Have you solved this problem, or are you automatically invited to every IEP team meeting?
So we have a close relationship with our special education department, and we are invited to as many as possible. The model that we try to use here is that whenever there's a fresh IEP, meaning it's the first IEP meeting that the student is having, or if there are some requested changes to accommodations or whatnot, then we should automatically get an invite. But for any students whose IEP is renewing and there's no sense of any changes coming, we may not be invited to those. But if something comes up during the meeting that implicates transportation for anything, then they'll try to get us on the phone quickly or try to reschedule a follow-up. But it is something that's a constant tug and pull, because our IAP teams try to do some fact finding before the meeting to see to try to predict what type of transportation implications will come. But in a lot of scenarios, they don't find out until the meeting actually started. So it's just it's a tug and pull that we kind of balance out. But I feel like we're in a good place. Of course, it could always get better, but no, we're in a good place here.
So let me ask a different question. That's about data. So what data do you measure? And I'm thinking, for example, on-time terminal departure for the bus, on-time child pickup in the morning, on-time school arrival in the morning, and of course, the reverse in the afternoon, on-time child pickup um, and drop off. How much of that data do you measure? And I think I'll go in reverse order. Mr. Marshall from Prince William?
Sure. So the way we look at on-time performance here is we measure arrival time to school as well as the PM, not necessarily the departure time, but the PM arrival time at the school as well. However, though, if there's issues with late buses in the morning, then we kind of reverse engineer that. We start with, did the bus leave the terminal on time? If that's a yes, then we follow the bus along its proposed pickup times at each stop to try to find out where the bottleneck is. First, we try to rule out human error to see, one, did the driver leave late or did they make a wrong turn, etc. And after all of that is ruled out, then we start to look at traffic patterns. Like, is there a certain point of the route that gets backed up? Is there construction that might slow things down or make the bus take a detour that could deviate from its course? So we look at it in that manner. So we look at on time arrival first. A bus that's chronically late, that's when we'll start to research various days of the routes to see if there's any changes we can put in place to fix that.
So let me phrase it a little differently. If I were to ask you, and I'm not going to ask you to give me this, but if I were to ask you, what percentage of bus, a bus in the morning, but what percentage of buses left the terminal on time? You couldn't tell me. If I asked you what percentage of buses picked up the child on time, you couldn't tell me. But if I asked you what percentage of buses dropped off the kid at school in the morning, you could tell me that.
So the answer is yes to all three of those questions. But if the question was, what data do you have at your fingertips right now? That would be on time arrival to schools. We can run reports and like pull up on time terminal departure. We can pull up a certain student stop. However, with uh, over 15,000 stops here in Prince William County, that would be a massive report to run daily. But on a ad hoc basis, if we wanted to know information about certain days or certain time periods, we can get it. We just don't pull that daily, if that makes sense.
Okay. What about Greenville County, Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, sir. For Greenville County, we have GPS tracking on all of our buses. So we can track what time they got to a stop, what time they left the bus terminal. We have geofencing at all of our school locations, so we know what time they get there. We do, as Mr. Marshall said, we pull reports to see on time at school locations regularly, and if there is a consistent issue, then we do track that. But our supervisors also, we have 12 supervisors for our buses, and each one can pull their own data from their buses to find out what they need individually for their own areas. So that is tracked regularly to be sure. And again, our GPS tracking helped us a lot, and we were having some late buses at schools, and we used our GPS tracking to collect data to go to the school board to change our bell times. So now our percentage is much better. We actually exceeded what we anticipated that we would by tracking our GPS and with the bell times.
Just as a curiosity, there's a little bit of a digression. You have the GPS tracking. How long did it take for your system to implement that software from start to finish?
We implemented that software from the time that we received it. We had it fully implemented within 2 months.
Within 2 months. Did you have to go through a testing period?
We went through from the time we thought about it, we tracked it on one bus center, which was about 85 buses to do a trial run for it, to see how it would how it would work and to give us training on it. And then once we implemented it full out, we had all the training and all of the supervisors using it regularly within 2 months.
So
Over
2
the
months.
summer.
But what about the procurement process? How long did that take for you to figure out what you wanted and then to procure it?
That was a little bit longer to procure it, but we got it, we had from the time we decided we wanted it, within a year, we had it and we had it implemented.
All right, so I'm going to go back to what data you measure. So the answers I'm hearing so far are, if I want to know about Johnny Doe and whether he's getting picked up on time or not, you can get that information. But as an oversight chair, I'm going to ask our state superintendent what the on-time school arrival is on a percentage basis. And I'm going to get an answer that they're on time 95% of the time or 90% of the time. Do you have, if I were to ask for it, would you be able to produce that data?
Yes,
With regard to terminal departure, child pickup, and school arrival, and the reverse, you could produce all that data
I could
on an
produce
aggregate?
on a large scale. I could produce the data saying on-time routes at school locations. That I could give you on a large scale. I could get all of the other information for you, but it would take longer because those reports is not generated on a weekly basis like the on-time reports at the school is. So yes, it can be done. It just take a little longer.
Okay. Mr. Baldwin, with regard to Prince George's and data?
Yes, so yes, we provide OTP data, arrival and departure times. Additional data that we utilize is staffing. We need to know who's at work. And then the third part is the equipment. We need to know if all the equipment is working. So we capture that on a daily basis for as the supports that are needed to pick students up and deliver them to school safely and soundly. In terms of any anecdotal data for students, especially our special needs students, we talk about behavior patterns. So our teams are taught to observe and report. So if a student has some abnormal behavior on certain days, our teams are documenting and they're giving that information back to the schools. And so that's another component that we use. But we do have that ability to give you on-time school arrival. We are working actually to give you the ability for a bus stop ID. That's in the transition. We are transitioning to a new parent app, as well as routing and GPS systems. And so we are working now on 2 systems, believe it or not, and our implementation rate is extremely high. We started this July 1, and we did a soft pilot rollout with just our special needs population. And now in November through December, we're going to transition our comprehensive students into the new routing system. So it's a daunting task right now.
Thank you. On Broken Arrow, Ms. Van Jackson.
Yes, we provide the same reports. We look at from an on-time performance, the arrival, departure, and the AM and the PM at the site. In addition to that, we look at arrival at the actual pickup locations as well. And we look at what the actual stop time was versus what was planned. So we review that data to kind of see if we're needing to make up modifications to our map, whether or not the driver has the ability to get to the location in a timely manner, so that again, we can be proactive about making modifications before it becomes an issue.
So if I asked you to tell me system-wide for Broken Arrow, what percentage of buses are leaving in the morning, leaving the terminal on time, you could tell me that.
Yes,
And if I asked you what percentage of buses were arriving at the child's house in the morning, you could tell me that.
yes,
And if I asked you, maybe I wouldn't want to know this on the aggregate, but with regard to little Johnny Doe, how long do you spend picking him up each day? You could figure that out too.
yes, the ride time. We can definitely review that, and we do.
And of course, the arrival at school, you can tell me that.
Yes,
What
about Arlington?
Yes, our GPS system records daily. It records the daily route. It records the average of the month, and you can also access reports that give you the percentage of how many buses are arriving on time, at which schools, et cetera. So it does the same thing. And breakdown between stops, how long the bus is there. The GPS data reads all of that. Will give you if it's 58 seconds or 3 minutes and 58 seconds at the bus stop.
I didn't ask this, but do you have a rule for how long the bus will wait at the pickup for the kid?
It depends on the equipment at, like, say, if it was wheelchairs is approximately 4 to 5 minutes. But basically it's within a minute on a regular stop, or 3 minutes if there's a car seat. So it depends on the equipment that may be assigned, or if the student is ambulatory and walking on the bus.
What I meant was how long the bus will wait for the child to get to the bus, not to get on the bus.
Yeah,
So I'm always late, started the hearing late too. I apologized. I'm still always late. So you're coming to pick me up in the morning. I may not be there at the curb when you arrive. So how long are you going to wait for me?
Generally, we give a courtesy of 2 minutes. It's not like every day we're going to sit and wait for you 2 minutes, but it's a general courtesy if it's a place where we can wait. There are some streets that we can't hold up traffic, so we just ask them not to arrive early, to arrive, on time to the bus stop. But there are some spaces where we just can't sit because we're blocking traffic and we're unable to. But we do a general courtesy.
So my pickup time is 7:30. I need to be there at 7:30.
No, you should be there at 7:25.
Okay. And it's 7.
But no later than 7:30, yes. But
Yeah,
when I say general courtesy, I should say after. We may allow you 2 minutes if we're able. We ask there's a general ask within the county, period, gen ed or special ed of 10 minutes. With special ed, we know that we have a lot of conditions where that's stretching it, and, you know, being there early so that you're there on time is what we ask.
Yeah.
But
And of course, I'm more focused on the special ed than on the
yes,
gen
of
ed.
course.
Should I ask what this month, last month, if you know what your on-time school arrival was?
I believe the last report we had was 92%.
Okay.
A few weeks ago, we did a report. Our director is regularly sending us reports to make sure that we're on top of checking our schedules. And
Were you going to say something? Microphone, yeah.
I was just going to say, I have started with Arlington about 3 weeks ago, and the counties that I came from, they have the same software. It's Williamsburg and York. They can do the OTP, time of the stop arrival at the student's home, everything. They have a gracious waiting period of 3 minutes, no more than 3 minutes, but they ask for their students to come out 15 minutes prior, to be ready 15 minutes prior. Yeah. So I just wanted to when we do have the OTP reports and you have some that are very late, you go back and you look and see how long are they actually waiting? What is going on with this family on why we're waiting so long for them to come out of their home? And see if we can do anything to speed up the process, depending on the disabilities.
Yeah. And for someone like me, it might be more of a challenge. So let me ask this question. And the premise of this is that in the district, we're seeing that there are a lot of parents who are relying on OSSE DOT and frustrated that the bus doesn't come to pick up the child in the morning on time, that the bus doesn't get to the school to drop off on time. And they kind of are struggling to, well, just tell us what's going on. So that's what I'm getting at here. And that is, so my question is, is it possible for you, do you have real-time communication in the morning with the parent regarding arrival to pick up? So if there's a problem, the parent knows. Real-time communication in the afternoon with the parent, if there's a problem with picking up the child at school and dropping them off. And do you have the ability for the driver to communicate with the parent or with dispatch and to dispatch with the parent in real time if there's a problem on the bus? So we'll start with Arlington.
Yes, we do. We have a transportation call center for calls, direct calls from parents. We also have a parent app, Where's the Bus app for parents to track the bus. But our biggest, I would say, on time would be the call center in the morning. If there is a problem and the bus isn't arriving, they can call directly and they receive they're speaking with real people. So we actually have a call center that handles that.
And the call
As well
center
as-
will
Mhm.
call the parent.
And if we're aware of the problem beforehand, we send out a blitz. There's parent view. We send that information out, as well as they will call the parents directly.
And if there's a problem on the bus,
The bus, they could call dispatch and call into the call center, and then the call center will then contact parents.
what about Broken Arrow?
We just implemented a new GPS parent app system that automatically sends messages to parents when the bus is expected to arrive more than 10 minutes late. The second day of school, I believe it sent out over 300,000 messages. It updates on arrival times. Again, we don't have to do anything to do it. It's automated. If we have a major issue, we also have a call center that will contact the parent and let them know that either, there's been a collision or a delay or something that it expands beyond just the bus is running late. But those messages to alert the parent that the bus is running late is automated. We do not have to send those out. If we anticipate delays within a couple of hours, we will send out a message. But the app that we have in place right now has been doing a fantastic job of communicating with our parents. Parents also have the ability to communicate through the app. If there are situations where students may not ride that day, or if they have questions, that can also be done through the app and we can then respond. But we also have a call center that will take those calls from those parents and we will return them or be available to take those calls from the parents once they make them.
Mr. Baldwin, what about Prince George's?
We echo previous two. We do have a communication center that between the driver and the dispatch to communicate any issues with the bus. The dispatch office would then send notifications out by email, text, or push notifications through the app. We do not have direct communication where the driver is talking directly to parents. That's kind of a distraction for us. I know drivers will essentially give parents their numbers just in case, but in terms of a regular day, we do not have that direct contact. But everything else is done through the mass communication systems that we utilize and our parent apps through push notifications.
So the parent app, but also you have the call center, and if the bus is late, you notify the parents.
Yeah, and I'll throw in this too. We also notify the schools, and the schools may have their own supplemental notification system that they will then push out to their parents again. So there's a little overlap that we have, and for us, overlap is good because we do have a driver shortage and our buses do run late. But it's our job to make sure that we are intentional about communicating that to our families.
Greenville County, Ms. Mitchell.
Yes, sir. We have 4 dispatch centers for our buses because we have over 500 buses. And we do have incoming calls that come in, but we have an automated system that contacts our parents. We notify the automated system that the bus is running late and it calls every student on that route. It also has the ability to split routes if we have to split routes to where the parent gets the correct information, not just the information for a whole route that the student may not be on. And then we also implement individual calls for our students who are in critical care. For instance, on our nurse buses where the student is monitored by actual nurses, we call them directly because it may involve their medical care as well. So we have that direct call. We do have the ability to take in many phone calls at once with our dispatch centers, but we also have online on our school website, we list every bus that's running late and we list how late that bus is running. So the parent can go online at any time and access that information immediately, and then they can call the center if they still have that issue. And I did want to just cue in a little bit. We at one point did wait at locations for students to come out, to digress a little bit, but we then started, if the student doesn't come out when the bus pulls up, we do not have a waiting time because that is hard to control. When you have several students, by the time you get to the end of the route could be extremely late. So they are expected to come out when the bus pulls up, just for information.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. And Mr. Marshall, with regard to Prince William.
Yes, so we use a variety of communication tools. Most popular is one that we call School Status. It's a system that's linked to our SIS system that if a bus is over 10 minutes late, we'll have our team log into School Status and they can select the actual bus number, and all the families of the students routed to that bus will get that email and robocall that the bus is late.
So you proactively notify parents when the bus is going to be late. And is that true in the afternoon as well, if the pickup is late at the school?
Yes. Yep, that's true in the afternoon as well. And just like anything that's, operated by humans, we do have days where notification might come later. But, once we find out of those instances, we figure out why, what happened, and what needs to happen to fix it.
And then if there's some problem on the bus, I'm guessing, since everybody seems to be similar on this, that the driver will notify a call center or dispatch, and they will in turn notify the parent. Is that correct?
Yep, they'll call into the dispatch team, and dispatch disseminates that information accordingly.
You're good. I don't have any other questions for you all. Thank you. I really appreciate it. The two of you who are here in person, thanks for crossing the river. And the rest of you, thank you very much, especially those of you who are far away. I really appreciate what you've brought to this. So you all are excused. I'm going to turn to the other witnesses now. Thank you. So I'm going to call witnesses until I fill up the table. Robert Henderson, Ward 5 Representative, State Board of Education. Salim Adolfo, who's with ANCHC. Elizabeth Daggett. Elizabeth Mitchell. Stephanie Maltz. Nicole Travers. Jennifer Lewis. Okay, I'll stop there. Mr. Henderson, Ward 5 Representative, State Board of Education, you're first up.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I'm here in my individual capacity and not representing the views of the board as a whole. I'm thankful that the Committee of the Whole has convened this oversight hearing, and I appreciate the solutions-oriented approach of inviting practitioners from other jurisdictions for insight. All anyone involved in student transportation in DC wants is for the system to better serve the students and families that rely on it to get to the schools that best suit their educational needs. I will note that Beth Daggett, a Ward 5 parent who is testifying today, has repeatedly offered concrete recommendations for improving services with little follow-through from OSSE. And while my testimony is critical, I offer it to underscore the need and urgency for improvement, as it is not just OSSE's obligation to these students, but is ours as a city. In my term as a member of the State Board of Education beginning in January 2023, the frequency of communications that I have received from families experiencing difficulties with OSSE transportation has fluctuated, but I have learned not to take the reduction or absence of communication to me to mean that all is well. For example, I had attempted to help a Ward 5 family with transportation issues last fall and again in the spring with little success. I had not heard from them about transportation issues during this school year, so I checked in with them hoping that no news indicated an improvement. Instead, I found that their struggles have persisted. In fact, they have logged in their own records a dozen issues since the school year began, including multiple no-show pickups, late pickups, extremely late drop-offs, and long ride times as long as 2 and 3 hours after school ended, inconsistent communication, and no response to any of the complaints they have filed this year. I bring this up because I don't want the council to think that a reduction in complaints to your offices necessarily means that the issue has become less urgent. Families like the one I've referenced have just learned to have low expectations that anything will change. Direct provision of student transportation services is an unusual function for a state education agency. In other jurisdictions throughout the nation, local school districts provide student transportation, and state education agencies set policies and provide oversight. I understand that in a state with 67 local education agencies, some of which are very small and only one of which provides by right access, that it makes sense to consolidate this function across LEAs. And while I do not think that transferring the function to a local rather than state agency would be a panacea, resting the responsibility of student transportation in the hands of our state education agency removes a layer of oversight and accountability that other jurisdictions have. The abdication of civil rights and special education oversight and enforcement at the federal level only heightens the longstanding need for DC to have an independent state education agency to monitor and enforce the proper provision of student services. OSSE cannot perform this function when OSSE provides the services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Salim Adolfo, I believe, is not here. Elizabeth Daggett?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Elizabeth Daggett, and my family and I have lived in Brookland since 2005. This is the 5th time that I have testified before the council on the failure of OSSE DOT, and my story hasn't changed. The transportation system is still broken. It has never worked well, but since January 9th, 2023, I and every other family member of a DC student who requires OSSE transportation wake up every morning and don't know how my day is going to start. Will the bus be on time? Is the daily tracker accurate? Will I get reliable communication from OSSE if there's an issue? Will the bus have the tether for the safety harness my son requires? Will I have to leave work to drive my son to school? Will the bus pick him up in the afternoon? When will he arrive at home? Families shouldn't have to guess every day if they will have bus service or if the communication is accurate. Please note also that this is not an IEP issue. It is a fundamental inability of OSSE to safely and reliably transport students to school and failure to provide accurate and timely communication. All of the invited witnesses noted that, and they also noted that timely and reliable communication is exceptionally important, but OSSE DOT hasn't implemented anything useful for families, such as an app, nor have they implemented GPS on all the buses as recommended by all those districts who we're speaking have already done. Please note that I've tried to work with the system for years and nothing has changed. In September of 2017, I met with the former director of OSSE DOT on these same issues we're discussing today: poor service, unreliable communication, and missed education. She asked me to be a parent member of the Transportation Advisory Committee, where I learned that OSSE was, quote, piloting a next bus type app in 2019, but it has not been implemented in almost 7 years. Where has our taxpayer money gone for those communication improvements? When the current crisis began in January of 2023, I spoke with you, as well as my Ward 5 council member, Zachary Parker. I spoke with Christina Grant, former state superintendent of education, and Michael Riley, former director of OSSE DOT, about the short and long-term solutions to the crisis. But even the daily tracker that was stood up after our conversations is not accurate and timely. Now I'm a plaintiff in a lawsuit against OSSE on behalf of my son and every other family and student impacted by the broken OSSE transportation system. Based on OSSE's own data for the month of October of 2024, the lawsuit's fact-finding found: 1, significant flaws in bus route design, where almost 10% of all routes had expected drop-off times of after the start of school; 2, a significant number of students who were late to school at least once a week, and 2/3 of that group that were late at least twice a week; and 3, a significant number of bus routes that left the terminal late but weren't reported or noted on the daily tracker. For one day, 400 left, or for that month, 400 left late, but only 21 were ever reported on the tracker. For us, this school year, the buses arrived numerous times outside of the pickup or drop-off window. The daily tracker has been inaccurate, and we've received incomplete or delayed notice of the bus in an accident. And that's just our experience, which is better than the horror stories I've been told or that the data demonstrated. The council must hold OSSE accountable to provide this service. Please see my written testimony for a comprehensive description of the documentation of OSSE issues. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Daggett. Elizabeth Mitchell?
My name is Elizabeth Mitchell. Thank you for hosting this hearing. I've attached my previous testimony. All the issues raised in those documents persist unchecked today and are actually worse. The bullying, the chaotic schedules that completely destabilize the lives of our families, the lack of training, the reluctance and refusal to coordinate with schools, teachers, and therapists, or to comply with the most basic pieces of an IEP. All of those things are still true and happening every day. I would also add that all those issues are making our city even more dangerous for our families who have medical refugee status or have students who need to be here for treatment and care, but are being targeted specifically by ICE in the federal occupation. All of these things are still happening, but I am very pleased to report that after literally years of battling OSSE, my child is finally getting transportation that actually meets their needs and keeps them safe. At the start of the new school year, a private van with a friendly driver and attendant pulled up to our house. Actually, They arrived on our block quite a bit earlier, but they recognized that parking in front of our house and half an hour ahead of schedule would actually create undue stress, so they opted to wait down the street. When my student was all packed up and ready, we walked out, introduced ourselves, sent them all on their merry way. In the afternoon, my student arrived home on time. A few weeks later, on my student's birthday, the attendant and driver sang him happy birthday and made a big fuss. It still brings tears to my eyes. But I was still holding my breath and waiting because my student has a long history of school refusal, and the past 5 years have taught me not to count my chicks before they're hatched. But now it's November, and I can honestly say that my child is thriving. The difference between this year and last is shocking and in the most amazing way. Our mornings, while still not without drama, don't involve one of us spending over an hour convincing and cajoling our student to get ready and on the bus. I can't even remember the last time we faced school refusal, which is a miracle. Now that I'm not having to drive almost 4 hours a day to transport my student, I've been able to return to full-time work. I'm even on a work trip right now, a trip that I would not have been able to even contemplate last year because of OSSE's failings. While my student does miss talking with friends on the bus, they do not miss the constant anxiety that a fight might break out, or that an attendant might yell at another student, or that the bus would simply not show up, either in the morning or at school. They do not miss the bullying they experienced or the bullying they witnessed while trapped on a bus for hours with other students who were just as, if not more, dysregulated because OSSE failed daily to provide them with safe, reliable transportation. I am so grateful to have this service at long last. I'm grateful that my family was able to be reimbursed by OSSE just at the start of this year after struggling for over 6 months to complete the paperwork and applications to satisfy their needs. But I'm heartbroken that my child is the rare exception and not the norm. I know that the bus they should be on is chronically late, frequently merged with another, and has been out of compliance with IEPs and other regulations more often than it has been in compliance and on time. And I know this is still the case for countless students and families across the city. The military occupation of our city has made this issue even worse for families who have students receiving services. Siblings are facing truancy and other issues because it falls to them to ensure their SPED students get to school even when OSSE fails to. I'd ask that DCPS and charters figure out a way to make sure students who are in this situation are not penalized when OSSE fails. It is not their fault that this agency can't do its job. I have other testimony. Please read it. Thank you so much for hosting this hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Stephanie Maltz.
Good afternoon, and thank you to Chairman Mendelson and council members for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Stephanie Maltz, and I've been DC resident since 2005, and I currently reside in Ward 3. I'm a parent to one of the about 4,000 students that relies upon OSSE DOT transportation to attend school each day. Since my son attends a school that's more than 40 miles away from DC, he spends anywhere from 3 to 4 hours on the bus each day. In order for my son to arrive at school on time, between 7:55 and 8:30, the bus picks him up around 6:40. I want to acknowledge the important role the bus drivers and attendants play in my child's education services. Beginning the day on a positive note sets him up for success and for the day when he arrives to school an hour after he's been picked up. For the past 4 years, we've been really fortunate to have a bus route with reliable bus staff, and this consistency benefits my child's educational experience. However, this all changed when my child began school for the current school year on July 1st, 2025. There were a full new team of bus staff were assigned to my child's bus for the first time. The new driver and the new attendant were not prepared or trained to handle the students on the route. The staff was not aware that my son needed to be in a car seat, despite this being in his IEP. My son can also not sit next to the window because he bangs his head, but staff would not guarantee his placement in an aisle seat unless it was added to the IEP. Then when we went back to OSSE DOT, they told me we didn't need to add that to the IEP, but I had to add it to based on the experience to ensure he could be safe on the bus. There was also lack of adequate staff on the bus. In addition to the bus driver and the attendant, several of the students need one-to-one aides, but there were no aides present. And this happened multiple times throughout the first 3 weeks of the summer session. Despite my constant communication with OSSE, due to these inadequacies in staffing and training, this culminated in my son being hit multiple times by another student. On this day, the other student didn't have the appropriate dedicated aide present. The staff didn't know how to intervene. They didn't know how to respond to the children's disabilities, and they didn't know who to contact during the situation. The staff called dispatch, waited on hold for 20 minutes for guidance, and then called the ambulance and the police. Following this incident, my child has developed some maladaptive behavior issues that we're still working to address and need additional therapies to handle. He also now asks whether he'll be taken to jail for misbehaving because he heard the staff member tell the other student on the bus that the child could be sent to jail. In this situation, OSSE DOT failed to set its staff and the students up for success, and it has refused and has not shared any information about training that they will be providing to prevent similar situations happening in the future. While OSSE DOT has made improvements related to communications, for instance, the customer representatives at the Parent Resource Center can now live track the bus as opposed to having to call the bus to locate it. There's still more work to be done. For the past several years, I've testified about the importance of funding for a parent tracking app, and it's unfortunate that OSSE DOT continues to push back the timeline of a functioning parent tracking app. When I testified in support of funding for this project in February of 2024, I commented that even if funding for this project is provided, it would likely take a minimum of 1 to 2 years, and there should be short-term solutions until a viable app was up and running. While a request for information was put out in August of 2024 and OSSE DOT received funding for this project in the existing fiscal year, there has been no public information with real timelines when this will be implemented. For context, my son participated in the third version of the pilot tracking program 2 years ago in the fall of 2023, and now we're hearing that there's going to potentially be a fourth pilot program in the summer of 2026. And to date, there's been no action to bridge the gap until there's a functional parent app. I look forward to OSSE making continued progress to provide access to real-time data, a reality for parents and students with disabilities who depend on OSSE DOT transportation to attend school daily. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Maltz. Nicole Travers.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Nicole Travers, and I serve as the Senior Director of Strategic Partnerships at the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure that every student can choose high-quality public schools that prepare them for lifelong success. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding OSSE's Division of Student Transportation, or OSSE DOT, which provides transportation services for nearly 4,000 eligible district students with disabilities. In recent months, OSSE has made notable strides, including new tools that streamline transportation for student pickup and drop-off and strengthen communication with families. We especially want to thank Dr. Antoinette Mitchell and the OSSE team for their leadership and responsiveness in their ongoing collaboration through the Transportation Working Group. We're grateful for the collaboration and partnership from additional members of the working group, including Children's Law Center, Advocates for Justice and Education, the Special Education Co-op, and the DC Special Education Hub. The OSSE DOT team has been very receptive to feedback on ways to further support students with transportation needs and has been helpful in sharing important data trends to inform decision-making. The launch of the OSSE Parent Portal this school year represents an important step forward. It also allows parents to directly update pickup and drop-off information and has improved responsiveness to transportation requests. School leaders have also noted that the agency has been more responsive to transportation request forms. These changes are especially significant for students with disabilities, and we appreciate OSSE's commitment to improving the system. However, challenges remain. At the start of the year, schools have reported data sharing gaps between OSSE and LEA systems, and when families update addresses in the portal, schools are not automatically notified, creating administrative burdens and confusion. This is especially difficult for students experiencing housing insecurities or frequent address changes. For example, at Kingsman Academy, an alternative public charter school serving over 300 students grades 6 through 12, they share challenges they face with the OSSE DOT new portal. More than 80% of their students are overage and undercredited, about 95% are designated at risk, and over 1/3 are homeless. Nearly 40% receive special education services, more than twice the city average. Many of the students eligible for OSSE DOT face housing insecurity, which means their addresses often change. However, the OSSE DOT system requires a fixed address for pickup and drop-off, and address changes take time to process, leaving gaps in transportation services for these students. While OSSE DOT has made some changes, this remains a challenge for Kingsman and other schools that serve transient populations. Therefore, we offer 3 recommendations to build on OSSE's progress. 1, enable automatic alerts to LEA staff when parents or guardians update student information in the portal. This simple enhancement can mitigate parent confusion and save school leaders valuable administrative time. 2, implement real-time tracking and communication tools that notify schools and families immediately about route changes, delays, or missed pickups. This would improve coordination, reduce confusion, and build greater trust. And 3, continue collaboration with the DC Alliance, the DME, and schools to explore broader transportation access for students not eligible for OSSE DOT, particularly those who are vulnerable. In closing, we're grateful for OSSE's leadership in the start of improving student transportation and the launch of the parent portal. The progress made demonstrates what's possible when we work together. We've remained committed to partnering in order to create more flexible transportation system inclusive of all public school models and student needs. Thank you for your time, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Travers. Just a couple of questions. I appreciate all of you, your time and your testimony. Ms. Daggett, you seem to read a summary of your longer testimony.
Yes,
And since it was pretty concise, if you would give us a copy, that would be great.
no problem.
And I tried to follow along, so I was struggling in your case. But what I think you said was in the morning with pickup, it's not reliable,
No.
and that what you said was with regard to your being able to track,
Yeah,
it's
so the,
not reliable.
yeah, the
That would
daily
be-
tracker that they set up, the website, is not accurate. So what the fact finding from our lawsuit has found was that for the month of October of 2024, 400 routes left late, but only 24 were ever noted on that daily tracker. So no, if a parent were to go to that, they would,
Or-
right.
Currently,
Currently still not accurate. In fact, besides that, I also get randomly, I'm not sure if it's because I'm a plaintiff in lawsuit, but I get text messages like in the morning of when the bus leaves, but I usually get the text message or when the bus arrives at school, but it's not usually timely and it doesn't help me to prepare for when my son. And then one time I got a text that just said transportation in an accident. And then I had to call the Parent Resource Center and wait on hold to try to find out what was happening with my
how
son.
long were you on hold?
Like at least, I think it was 20 minutes. I'd have to check my Twitter feed because that's where I track everything.
Okay, but you weren't on hold for like 2 minutes. You were
No,
on
it
hold
was
for a
significant
while.
amount of time. Yes. And then they couldn't help me and I had to wait for a supervisor to call me about an hour later to tell me actually what had happened.
Because they weren't able to tell you when you
Correct.
finally got through.
Correct.
And Ms. Maltz, I see you nodding your head like you've had similar experience.
We've had multiple issues this past month. Earlier this month, there was an act that my son's bus got stuck in Baltimore, 2 blocks from school. We didn't get notification for 45 minutes, and then we were getting different and then we were getting different communications about whether or not a rescue bus was coming or whether or not we had to get the child we had to go get the child ourselves, and they'd already been sitting in the same spot for about 45 minutes. And then we had an issue today where the bus, in fact, the bus had to change routes and go back, and no one could tell me where the bus was. The only reason I knew where the bus was this morning was because I'm on a text with all the 5 parents who are on our bus. We have a text chain. So every morning, it's like our own little bus app. We text when the bus picks up one child and the other child. And so one of the moms said, oh, I got a call. The bus is coming back to my house. So we were able to figure it out. And so when I called to ask where the bus was, they couldn't tell me. And then when they did find the bus, they told me that the bus was right in front of my house, and it was at the 39th block of my street, and I lived at the 52nd block of my street. So when you give you addresses, they're not actually in the addresses that you give you. So it was still they're like, oh, the bus is coming now, and it was still another 7 minutes. So they're not actually accurate in terms of they look at the street, but they don't actually look at the address of the street where it is. But this has just happened in this month of October.
I'm not sure how to follow up. So when you call, you're on hold. When you get through to somebody, you don't get accurate information.
Correct. Usually. And it's not, I just want to reiterate what Stephanie has said, is that the people you talk to are nice. The bus driver's great. The aides, wonderful. It's the system that's broken.
We don't have the app. So you heard a lot of the other, you had a lot of the other folks talking about the apps and the live updates. And so we don't have that. And so what the issue is here is there's lots of opportunity for human error. So unlike if you have a live GPS system on the bus, if there's an issue, you don't require any human involvement to send out those messages. Whereas here, people have to call everything in, and then the person has to get the call, and then they have to send out the right message. We had an issue 2 weeks ago where there was a call and the dispatch didn't understand our attendant. So I got a call. My husband had sent a text that my son was at home. I then got a call from somebody at OSSE who was like, hey, Mom, nobody's at home. And I was super confused. So that was a miscommunication on their end because they didn't understand. But if you have a parent app like we've been asking for that's been piloted since 2018, 2019, that takes out a lot of these human errors and it requires less work on their end. So then it's actually a return on investment, not only for parents, but also them, because then when people are calling, they're not calling to say, where's my bus? They're calling, there's a real issue, and it would decrease the wait times for people who have actual issues that need to be addressed. And then it would decrease also it would make it more likely that those communications would go out timely. So it would benefit for OSSE and for everybody else. And so that's just something that will be really helpful once we get it in place in 2026, 2027.
Let's try 2026. Yes, Ms. Travers.
I'd like to add, if I can, the delays do have an impact not just on parents, but also on schools. Some of our school leaders have reported that there's an estimated arrival of 9:30 or 10 a.m. And when students are dropped off at that time and class is already in session, it creates a rushed learning experience for kids. And for students with disabilities, that can be even more traumatic or unsettling for them as they're trying to prepare and get mentally settled and ready for their first period classes if they make it on time for that. I just wanted to note that.
Sure, and that's an important point. So, I mean, there are two parts of this that are troubling. One of them is that as parents, you're struggling to figure out what's going on, and it's also disruptive to you. But that's one, is that you're struggling to figure out what's going on. But the other part of this is, are the students getting to school on time? Which is sort of where you were going. But, I mean, the whole goal here is not for you to know where the bus is. The goal is for the child to be picked up and dropped off to school timely.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
that's not happening.
No, I mean, for me, it's been much better, but it's not perfect. And again, I think, and I've said this multiple times, families of kids with disabilities or special needs are probably some of the most understanding people, because we have so many issues that we deal with regularly that I could understand if there's like a problem and they're like, today there's going to be a problem. But the problem is you don't know if what you're being told is correct or not. And so the anxiety that is caused, and then the inability to get students to school. I heard some of the other districts say they don't wait or at all. But I mean, we have a 15-minute window. We're supposed to get our child ready 15 minutes before, 15 minutes after. And they can't sometimes hit that window, so I'm having to have my son, who is already having issues, just getting his, harness on and all these other things. We have to be ready basically for 30 minutes. And then I can't even call the Parent Resource Center until that 30 minutes has elapsed to then try to find out where the bus is, because the bus isn't considered late. And so then right now it's supposed to be that the buses wait for 5 minutes. And mainly it's because it's a 30-minute window. And if I'm like waiting and it's cold, we're inside, I've got to get back, I've got to get outside. There's 31 steps to my front door. Like, there's a lot of things that go into it. And so right now, if the buses were more consistent, if the communication was better, you could reduce OSSE's burden in some of these areas if we had better communication. If I could see the bus is at this route, is at the stop right before my son's, then I would know, okay, let's go outside, let's get ready, we'll be there, we'll be ready, you don't have to wait for us, we'll be right there. But if the bus comes 10 minutes before the window and they're like, we're only gonna wait for 5 minutes, I wasn't even supposed to be ready by that point. So and then the only people that are negatively impacted by these actions are the parents and families. OSSE doesn't have to pay for overtime of teachers and aides who have to stay late when the bus doesn't come. They don't have to, if the bus comes and nobody's there, they can call Child Protective Services on families. Like if the bus leaves because it's been 5 minutes and we didn't get out there, and even though the bus was early, then I'm the one who has to take off time from work and take my son to school. OSSE doesn't bear any of these burdens that parents and families do.
So just to add what Beth said, in terms of, is it helpful to know? It is super helpful. So I know we except for when we had different drivers over the summer, we've had the same type of drivers. And so I know when they go to the person's house before me and that mom texts me, I know the bus is going to get there between 10 and 12 minutes. If the bus takes 13 minutes, I know we have a sub. But I also know that when that text comes, I make sure I have a jacket on and I get out so that I'm helping to decrease the wait times, because I have that information. We have a chair out there. And sometimes if I know it's a sub, because I know they're taking too long, and sometimes I know that they're going to miss my house, we'll run up and down the street until we can see them coming, because then they'll stop at the wrong house. So in terms of it's helpful, it's super, I think it was the question about like the 3 timelines. Do you know? I think that's helpful. But for parents, if you know you have a kid that's going to take a little while to get out of the house, knowing when they're at the house before you can then do all the things to get them ready to help make the bus go along as it is. And that's why we send a text message. So the next person knows, oh, Stephanie sent a text message. My kid's going to be picked up in 8 minutes. So I'll get ready. And we do that. And that's really helpful. That's really helpful for us. And so I do think that in terms of having the tracking itself, it is helpful because I do track. I mean, most of us track our kids one way or another once they're on the bus. But having the missing information about where the bus is before our kids are on the bus is actually really important as well. And they have started. I will say we have started getting text messages about when. Most mornings I get a text message of when the bus arrives to school. We have also started getting text messages about when they leave the terminal and then when they get to school. But then we don't get a text message about when they actually leave school with the kids. So I know that the bus is there. I can tell when I look at my kids app where he is, but my kids tracker, but I don't know when the bus has left the school. So, but we are getting, that is more information than we used to get. Different people have different feelings about whether it's too much, but once you have a bus app, you don't have to send out any of that information because it's all just available.
So I want to say a more important question is, how often has your child been late in roughly the last month? Ms. Daggett?
I would say it's probably only one time in the last month.
Since the start of the school year?
I think the first week was, the first week I give grace, a lot of grace during the first week. They're trying to work things out. I think probably up to a handful, 5 times.
Ms. Maltz?
My child was only late once last year, and I would say we've at least been late. If you count July, maybe 6 to 8 times this year. Now, 2 of them were accidents, so those 2 I don't count, but other were issues related to bus staff not showing up, them not knowing to run a bus, the issue that we had when the police came and they didn't know what to do. So I'd say much more times since the start of this school year than the previous school year, which was only once.
All right. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you all very much. And thank you those of you online, which I think is Ms. Mitchell. Jennifer Lewis? No. Yes. Danielle Robinette? Michelle Walker? Chelsea Sullivan? Laura Fuchs? Christina Hansen? Christina Hansen? Maria Blauer? Is Trisha Duncan online? Trisha Duncan? Danielle Morris? All right, I'll stop there. Ms. Lewis, you're first.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, and members of the council. My name is Jennifer Lewis, and I am a Ward 5 resident and the parent of a 14-year-old student at St. Coletta of Greater Washington, a public charter school serving children with significant disabilities. My daughter, Kate, uses a wheelchair, has a feeding tube, and requires a nurse on the bus for seizures. She has relied on OSSE transportation for 11 years. I want to begin by recognizing the drivers, the attendants, the nurses, and the parent call center staff who show up every day. They are the jewel of the system, professional, kind, deeply committed. But they are working in a system that simply does not work. For years, OSSE has failed to provide timely, accurate information to caregivers, even though it has the tools to do so. My written testimony has many examples, and I have many more, but I'll highlight just a few. Last year, I received text messages almost daily saying the bus would be late. Many of those alerts were wrong. Other times, I received no notification when the bus was over an hour late in the morning. At one point, we realized Kate was regularly arriving to school a half hour past the past the arrival bell. No one ever gave me any notice. One morning, Kate's bus arrived an hour late, and I received no notification. I put her on the bus. Later that morning, her school emailed to ask why she was absent. It was terrifying because I had put her on the bus almost 90 minutes earlier. She arrived at school close to 10 a.m., and not once that morning did I receive a notification.
Let me interrupt.
Yeah.
So your child goes to St. Coletta's?
Yes,
And you live in the district?
I do.
Why does it take 90 minutes?
That's a good question. We live 3.7 miles from school. We specifically chose Brookland because it's not too far from St. Coletta, and her ride time is regularly 90 minutes. I think you should ask Aussie that question.
Are there other children on the bus?
Yes, I can give you an example. This school year, her initial bus route, because she has an air tag and we follow her, she would leave St. Coletta. She would go over the bridge across the river, drop off 3 or 4 students, an hour later, drive back by St. Coletta, and then proceed to Brookland. And so in the beginning of the school year, she was arriving home at 5:30, 5:45 p.m. every day. The school dismissal time is 3:30 p.m. I don't call the parent call center anymore because they won't take complaints unless the issue has happened 3 days in a row. So if she arrives home at 6 p.m., I tried to file a complaint last year, they wouldn't take it. When I do file complaints, not once has the parent call center ever followed up, not once. The parent portal, it required families to opt in. I use computers all day long. I found it confusing. The new GPS tracking system, I welcome it. It again shifts the burden onto families that are already stretched thin. And let me say, I'm not asking for the bus to be on time. I'm just asking for someone to tell me when it's running late. When you have a child with complex needs, their care has to be really carefully coordinated. Fresh diaper, feeding done so she doesn't throw up on the bus. And without accurate information, I can't make the decisions on how to proceed with her morning routine. I know I'm over time, but I'm going to take 30 seconds since you asked a question. This has a real impact on us. It's constant, it's exhausting. In the afternoon, because a bus can arrive anytime in a 2-hour window, my husband or I must always be home. It's affected our ability to work full-time, especially now that we're back in person, and care for our other child's needs. And for Kate, it means she's spending 3 hours a day on the bus, sometimes in a soiled diaper, because we haven't been able to time it right, because of delays. It's not safe, dependable, or dignified transportation. I urge the council to look beyond OSSE's assurances and to ask for data that reflects the lived experiences of families. My written testimony has a list of questions, including how many push notifications were accurate. You were asking some of the other districts about the notifications that they provide. It doesn't matter how many notifications you get if the information is not accurate. How many calls to a family, to the Parent Resource Center actually resolved a problem? My guess is very few. We don't need promises. We need a system that actually works today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Robinette.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Danielle Robinette, and I'm a senior policy attorney with Children's Law Center. We have repeatedly testified about the experiences of our clients who have suffered unreliable service from OSSE DOT for more than a decade. Alongside co-counsel, we represent parents and guardians of DC students with disabilities who have filed a class action lawsuit against OSSE for failure to provide safe, reliable, and effective transportation to and from school. OSSE has testified before this committee that their on-time performance exceeds 90%. However, OSSE's on-time metric only considers a bus late if it departs the terminal after its scheduled time. As part of the litigation, we engaged Bates White Economic Consulting to analyze trip tickets. These paper records are filled out by hand each morning and afternoon and denote the scheduled and actual bus arrival and departure times for each stop on a route. Bates White analyzed the tickets for OSSE managed routes in October of 2024 and found One, that 24 routes, or approximately 10% of those reviewed, were scheduled to arrive after the start of instruction. Two, OSSE's daily dashboard vastly underestimated how many buses left the terminal late. Three, for just that month, 296 students arrived after the start of instruction at least once per week, while 192 students arrived late to school at least twice per week. Notably, these estimates are conservative because they represent only 40% of the trip tickets that were unredacted and only reflect the OSSE managed routes, so not routes conducted by private vendors. If that sample that Bates White reviewed is representative of the whole, it's more likely that 600 to 900 students arrived after the start of instruction once per week, while 400 to 600 arrived late to school twice per week. Their fourth conclusion was that there is only a weak positive correlation between a bus leaving the terminal late and its arrival to school after the start of instruction. The Bates-White full declaration that they submitted to the court is appended to my written testimony. Their findings show that OSSE's on-time metric does not truly reflect student experience. If a bus leaves the terminal on schedule but hits traffic and is 30 minutes late to its first stop, the family has not experienced an on-time bus. Further, the committee cannot accept as on-time routes that OSSE has scheduled to arrive after the start of instruction. Additionally, OSSE DOT has long discussed their plans for a GPS app for families to track their students' bus. Over the past decade, OSSE has spent nearly $6 million on GPS and automated vehicle locator systems that should be capable of providing the information families want, yet no app has come to fruition. In 2016, OSSE awarded a contract to Teletrack Navman for an AVL system to provide vehicle location data, real-time vehicle management and status, map data, and a student tracking module. This contract was extended through 2021. In 2020, OSSE awarded a contract to Sion System Sales to provide a GPS AVL system that tracks school buses in real time, records vehicle activities, and allows for comparison between actual performance and scheduled performance. This contract was extended through 2023. We strongly urge the committee to provide greater oversight of these GPS AVL systems contracts. Either the procured systems have not delivered the contracted deliverables, or OSSE DOT has not implemented them in ways that improve service delivery. If these systems are providing the contracted deliverables, that information is not being shared with families. We urge the committee to use today's hearing to seek clarity about the specific barriers to system improvement at OSSE DOT. Moreover, we urge the committee to demand the agency develop a strategic plan to address these performance issues. Such a plan would provide a framework for oversight to be conducted by this committee in the months and years to come. DC students and families cannot keep waiting for solutions that never come. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Give me just a second. Ms. Walker.
I want to start it out by thanking the council for providing the opportunity to speak. My name is Michelle Walker. I've been a DC resident since 1999, and I'm currently living in Ward 5. As a parent of a disabled child, issues with OSSE provided transportation impact our family nearly every day. While my focus has always been to work with OSSE to provide reliable, safe, and timely transportation for my child, there needs to be an effort at the agency or council levels to address the failures of the current system. All disabled children, regardless of the resources and time their parents have to advocate on this issue, should not be subject to unreliable school transportation. No parent, especially parents who already spend countless hours advocating for their child in medical, school, and social situations, should have to worry about whether or not their child will make it to school every day, arrive on time, and not spend an unreasonable amount of time on the bus. Attendance is critical for all students, but is even more critical for students with disabilities. Not attending school due to transportation issues or missing class time due to late arrivals has a direct impact on student achievement. In the case of our child, the ability to regulate themselves. Arriving late at school, rushing to class, missing instruction, and the stress of not knowing if and when the bus will arrive results in meltdowns, increased anxiety, and loss of instructional time. Spending up to 2 hours on the bus in the afternoon
resulted in our child missing ABA therapy and tutoring sessions. Missing these much-needed therapies and support is a loss for the child, but also a financial loss for families who are already facing financial stress paying for a missed session. The current system is failing our most vulnerable students, and it feels like no one is being held accountable. Parents are instructed to work with the Parent Resource Center, but at times it feels like a black hole, with customer service agents lacking the ability to make real change or even having accurate information. For example, there have been many occasions where an agent can't even locate the bus and provide an ETA of when the bus will arrive for morning pickup or afternoon drop-off. Due to the antiquated procedures, drivers have to pull over and provide updates to the terminal and then to the Parent Resource Center, which seems inefficient, dangerous, and frankly shocking, given GPS and other technologies that currently exist. If the driver does not report they are late, there is no way to communicate that to the parents, and honestly, there's no incentive to. It feels like a bad game of telephone with children and families caught in the middle. Imagine not knowing where your child is, particularly if they have medical needs and cannot be on the bus for extended time. Communication failures through text messages lead to a delay in providing accurate information to parents, particularly in the morning, which makes it very challenging to plan. On several mornings, we've not received any notification that the bus would be arriving late, so my husband and I left for work with the idea that our child would be taking the bus. Instead, we've been forced to frantically put our child in an Uber, knowing that they will be late, hoping that they don't miss all of their first period class. The stress, cost, and arriving late to school due to the low availability of rideshare services during the morning rush hour is not a sustainable way to transport our child. The alternative is now to be nearly 2 hours late to work, given the distance of our child's school from our work and our home. Over the past few years, it's felt like I've been in an endless loop of calling the Parent Resource Center without sustained success. Every school year, I remain hopeful that the transportation is something that our family does not have to worry about, but is not the reality, and for many other families across the district. I have called the Parent Resource Center so many times since the beginning of the school year, I have lost count. On only 2 occasions this year have I received a call back from a supervisor. As a parent, you are not permitted to speak to anyone in the routing department, and you find yourself repeating the same story over and over and over without any resolution. To say it's frustrating is an understatement. In closing, I wanted to provide some details on what our child's current bus status is. As of October 8th, our child is assigned to be picked up at 8:23, which is approximately 20 minutes before children riding OSSE transportation should arrive at school. We live about 45 minutes from the high school where our child attends. There is no way, given that timing, that he will ever be on time for school, literally setting up to fail. Since 10/8, the bus has actually arrived at our house nearly every day at 8:45 after it drops off a group of middle school students in our neighborhood. If our child is picked up at 8:45, they will arrive at school at 9:30, given the traffic and the distance we live from our school. Again, I have called the Parent Resource Center on numerous occasions and they have offered no resolution. Just today, the bus arrived at 8:45 a.m., confirming nothing is being done. Thank you again for this opportunity and your attention.
And when you call the Parent Resource Center and you said you've called more times than you can count, are you put on hold?
On an average, probably between 15 and 20 minutes every time I call.
Thank you. Chelsea Sullivan, I think, is not here. Laura Fuchs, who's online.
Hello, yeah. So today I'm sharing statements from W2 educators around what's going on with OSSE transportation services. Educators have concerns about how long students must travel. Some say their students are on the bus for more than 4 hours a day. These are 3- and 4-year-olds. And this could be to just travel a couple of miles. That people who live within 4 miles of the school might take 1.5 to 2 hours to get home each afternoon. Educators have concerns about how late students often are and how it impacts their opportunity to access instruction. There were a lot of comments that I got from educators around this, that our most vulnerable students are missing out on classroom instruction. We have students arrive over 2 hours late this year. Another educator said my students have consistently been late, missing 30 to 40 minutes of their math block. Another educator said students are not being picked up in the morning at times, and parents have to bring the students to school, creating a hardship for their families. Educators have said that buses arrive in the morning extremely late, 1 to 2 hours late. Another said some buses arrive at school campuses at or before dismissal, and then they make the kids sit on the bus until a school staff member requests that they come in. And that because some bus routes are 2 different schools combined, one will get on time and the other will be late. Educators are impacted by having to stay past their tour of duty, uncompensated due to late pickups. So they talk about the negative impact on kids, but also staying 30 to 45 minutes on a regular basis. And that buses can be between 1 to 2 hours late in the afternoon, picking students up, sometimes coming at 4:30 and 5:30 p.m. when dismissals at 3:15. They also point out that this, of course, as others have mentioned, affects the families, saying that, there's missing outside therapies, medications, feedings in the afternoon because the buses are not arriving until 4 or 4:15 in the afternoon. Another educator discussed the lack of flexibility, saying if a student requires transportation in part due to the use of special equipment and they get sick during the school day and they need to return home before the end of the school day, OSSE is saying they have to remain at the school all day because they can't do any other form of picking up. Then there are issues around poor data and compliance methods. So there's like different lists, and sometimes there's a kid that no longer attends the school. And so every day, the person who's supposed to transport the kid, though the kid no longer attends the school, will come in and demand they sign off that the kid isn't there. And so that, of course, adds complications. They said that's new this year to make them do it every day. That sometimes they're refusing to kids pick. We have a case where there's a student who has a wheelchair, or they don't have a wheelchair, but they need one to get on the bus, but they can kind of transport otherwise. And OSSE is now refusing to pick them up when they provided a wheelchair in the past. There's other concerns around safety. And there's also a question, and I know I submitted the testimony today, so I get you might not have seen it, but there's an issue around the Special Olympics, and some schools have been dropped from transportation to Special Olympics, and they're wondering about that and trying to get funding. But ultimately, W2 members, any solution, we want to be a part of it. And we know that we can be. And, if there is an app, then educators should get access to that app as well so they can track where their students are. And so we just want to make sure, we love our parents. We want to make sure our parents have information, and we need that information too so we can best serve our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. I don't have a copy of your statement, and Ms. Walker, I don't have a copy of your statement. If you
Yeah,
could
I think
provide.
I uploaded it like probably around noon, and then so it came late.
Thank you. Christina Hansen, I think, is not here. Maria, I always pronounce your last name wrong, and that's very bad. Is it Bloyer?
You did it perfectly. Bloyer, yes.
Okay.
All right. So good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Maria Bloyer, and I am Director of Programs and Outreach at Advocates for Justice and Education. We are the District of Columbia's federally designated Parent Training and Information Center, and we also serve as the Health Information Center under the Family to Family Grant. Thank you very much for having me here today. My comments today are an abbreviated version of my written comments, which you have, and I welcome and encourage your questions. I think AJE has a unique perspective, and I would welcome the chance to answer any questions you have. But I want to start with some context. For the last 10 years, I've provided what I think it is fair to say is overwhelmingly negative testimony about OSSE DOT. And I think this is the first time I can say that my testimony might be fairly characterized as mixed. I'm still sharing more bad news than good news with you. But I think for the first time we see some glimmers of hope about a long, very long, viable path towards OSSE DOT becoming the agency that everyone wants them to be. But I encourage you today to really listen to the testimony of families. I've read a lot of the testimonies they've submitted. The stories they're telling, I find completely credible and consistent with the conversations we have with families all day long. So please don't view them as outliers. This is what families experience. These are very much aligned to the conversations we're having with families. I also really want to take a moment to thank the Children's Law Center for the tremendous data crunching that they've done. Their data aligns very much with what we've seen, and the gap between the data and the lived experience of families is huge. I would really encourage you to, when you talk to OSSE, ask them about on-time performance and what that means. Okay. I do want to start very quickly by highlighting one positive change we have seen this year, and that's with the parent portal. This was an initiative that I was very concerned about. I'll be honest, I was really upset about it. I thought it was a terrible idea. And I was very nervous that it was going to be a shift onto families and that it would be I believe at one point I called it potentially an unmitigated disaster. I was really pleased to be wrong. And that experience has really been what's made me think there's a glimmer of hope. It has done a lot to mitigate the perennial telephone tag that I think you talked about between schools, OSSE, sometimes non-publics, LEAs, and families. The portal's done a lot to mitigate that. And it's also done a lot to mitigate the ghost TRFs, the ghost transportation request forms, so that OSSE is actually transporting the right number of kids. But with that one moment of praise, and I do really want to praise the OSSE team for going above and beyond to talk to families to get folks signed up for the portal. They did a good job there, but they have so much more to do, especially around transportation, communication. Communicating with families where the bus is, when it's coming, accurate communication, I think is huge. I have a great text message exchange with one of our staff members today about how, yeah, sure, I get a text. I get one all the time. It's wrong almost all the time. I think that is so important. I also want to flag the customer service. I know that folks at this table have said a lot of great things about their drivers and their attendants. That's not always what we hear. We hear that a lot of families are just treated poorly, and that is unacceptable. Effective customer service is also inextricably linked with good communication and good data. Those are really big challenges for OSSE. My testimony has a lot more about that, but I really want to flag that something that I just think is so emblematic. When I was preparing for this hearing, and I'm aware I'm over time, but I think this is so important, I learned, which is not the way any attorney wants to learn new information, from the agency responses, that OSSE now has a 30-day limit on parent reimbursements. They didn't put that in the DC register. I meet with them monthly as part of the working group. They didn't tell me that. That wasn't in the LEA look forward. They just kind of, surprise, now parents who are already having to do this reimbursement that they shouldn't have to do because the reason they're doing it is because OSSE didn't do their job. Now, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there's a 30-day limit on when they can apply. That's unreasonable, and that is just emblematic of the poor communication and fundamental disrespect that families receive from OSSE.
I am going to interrupt.
Yeah.
So there ought to be a limit. So a
Well, there is.
parent has an expense in September and they bill in March. A parent has an expense in September, the fiscal year ends September 30th, and they don't bill within, well, they have the expense in September and they don't bill within 30 days. Now, maybe 30 days is too short. I will say this, when I was looking at information we got from OSSE, they cut the check 3 months later. And I don't, one of the questions that I may or may not ask, I probably won't, is how much are these reimbursements? Because I'm guessing that for the layers and layers and layers of checking, verifying, re-verifying, and verifying a third time to prevent fraud, that the reimbursements are probably $100 or less. There ought to be a time limit. That's why I interrupted you.
I don't think there's a problem with the time limit. The problem isn't the time limit. The problem is surprising families with the time limit. The problem is not using the LEA look forward, not using, any one of the communication methods they have, not telling us at the working group would be a good place to start. Not sharing with class council would be sharing it with class council would be a good way to go. It's not the time limit. It's the failure to say anything about it. And then I try really hard to stay up on this stuff. To find it in an agency response is disheartening. But I do want to flag what everyone has said so far about the route monitoring, the app. The app's driven us nuts for 6 years. You've heard me complain about it for 6 years. I won't talk about it again. But I do want to say that one little glimmer of hope that hasn't worked out quite as well as I thought it would work out is the texting program. OSSE did try to kind of address some of this with the text program, very similar to what Ms. Maltz was talking about, how parents had created one where parents would have some idea when the bus was coming. That could be a decent interim measure. Unfortunately, lately, most of that data seems to be wrong. But it is something that I think OSSE should look at doing until they can get the app up and running. Those were really my main points. I know that Ms. Robinette, it looks like, wanted to say something about the data point earlier and the 30 days. But I do also want to flag, most families that we've talked to have been pretty happy with the private contractors. But private contractors aren't a panacea, right? And they're only as good as the underlying route. And there's still significant routing problems. And also, we do still need to oversee those folks and make sure things are going well. We have some concerns with the increased use of the private contractors that labor pool's capacity to absorb the unmet need that OSSE can't meet might be running up on some constraints, and we need to really exercise oversight there.
Thank you. Trisha Duncan, I believe, is online.
I am here. This is my first time testifying on this. I did submit written testimony that is longer and filled with more details than my oral testimony, but I do hit the highlights here. I am an ANC commissioner, but I am also the parent of a child who rides the OSSE bus to a private school in Maryland for autistic children. First, the good things I have noticed, like others, the OSSE bus staff is very friendly and my son enjoys his time on the bus. When I call the OSSE Parent Resource Center, I'm usually on hold for more than 15 minutes, but the operators are always very pleasant. Most of the problems I have experienced with OSSE is with communication, notifications, and making changes to our bus needs. For example, when I call to cancel a morning pickup, the bus still shows up 80% of the time. The texts and automated calls I've gotten will sometimes say the bus will be late, and then it's not. Recently, 2 bus routes going to my son's schools have been combined because of a driver shortage, yet there's been no communication with any of the parents from OSSE about this change. Is it temporary? Is it permanent? The routes have not been reconfigured to optimize the travel time, so the bus zigzags across the ward, and it's been a month. The pickup and drop-off times are completely unreliable. Changes to the bus schedule, and particularly like the unknown of when a bus will come, can be all-consuming to autistic individuals and really all neurodivergent people, and likely adds to the intensity of the complaints you all hear. However, as much complaining as you all are hearing, I can assure you the parents are hearing much more from our children. This can be a very personal consuming experience for our kids. I read in the testimony that OSSE is expecting to automate the bus system with GPS tracking and other enhancements. I strongly encourage this. I have some suggestions. You should be able to arrange for skipped pickups and drop-offs online through the parent portal. The tracking of the buses and letting families know when that bus is coming would solve so many problems. I think parents should be able to request the transportation team from OSSE be a part of their IEP meeting. And also reading, it looks like there's a shortage of bus drivers, and this obviously should be prioritized. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Danielle Morris, who's online.
Oh, pardon me. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hello, my name is Danielle Morris, and I serve as the Director of Student Support at the Social Justice School. Thank you for providing the opportunity for me to come and speak on behalf of the concerns and needs of our families and to promote the progress of the work we do each day. In my role, I coordinate families for special education services and students with disabilities, and I oversee IEP meetings to help qualify students for OSSE transportation services. Since my time in this role each year, I've digested the proficiency of our OSSE DOT and have observed the fragility of route making, personnel hiring, and resource center and fleet management. These tasks present a major challenge in the city, as all of our other witnesses have noted. And that's why I've done my due diligence to ensure that only students who truly require transportation services continue to have them. I've encouraged 7th and 8th graders who begin to demonstrate academic, behavioral, and adaptive skills proficiencies to practice navigating established route with their families. So students who have transitioned off of this service have increased attendance and punctuality. I've highlighted these successes to emphasize that what is still at stake. Only students with the highest needs qualify to receive transportation services and require reliable transportation to and from school each day. At the start of each school year, I reserve the first half of my day for the first 1 to 2 weeks to track down buses and arrange alternate forms of transportation for our scholars. This year, our students have arrived at school, if they manage to board the bus, up to an hour late each day. We went from having 2 to 3 buses each year to just 1. This means the bus must drive through every quadrant of the city, including traffic, school, and construction zones to pick up each scholar. The impact a route like this has on our scholars is devastating. Students are expected to be ready and outside at least 15 minutes before and after their scheduled pickup time, as early as 6:30. The bus arrival time is supposed to be at 8:30. However, for the first 6 to 8 weeks of school, the bus has been arriving closer to 9:30. Classes begin at 9. This means if students have waited long enough past their pickup time, they've been on the bus for up to 2.5 hours. And they arrive to school, they have missed the time to transition, enjoy breakfast, and receive school announcements. This has presented a challenge for our scholars, as students who ride the bus need a transition period to ensure a strong start to the day. Many students on the bus arrive dysregulated and cranky from the morning transit. Thus, there is a delay in a smooth transition into their first period class, and they are already 30 to 45 minutes late. Due to the delays, scholars have missed about 50 hours of English language instruction. That's up to an hour, 5 times per week for 10 weeks. Of course, this is a delay in the free IDA law and denial of faith for those who do not make it in at all. This also prevents them from having a breakfast offering. And as we know, with the cancellation of SNAP and food insecurity, it could be a meal to participate. It supports a regulated arena. Concern it has on the school community. We must supervise their students as they wait for the bus and have reported that they are often late to work or miss a day of work if the bus does not arrive. Multiple families report having to alter their work schedules to accommodate bus pickup. And while some families have instead opted for the stipend program, others do not have an alternative way to transport their scholars each day and must rely on OSSE DOT. Teachers are also concerned with the amount of instruction that is missed each day and must find extra time in their schedules to support students in catching up on critical lessons and skills. And finally, our student support team supports arrival. They are tasked with receiving and facilitating students off the bus each day. When students arrive dysregulated or in conflict, they don't have time to transition into a regulated day. Our support team must come and provide strategies to help them reacquaint themselves with the school day and their peers and the instructors. This takes them away from the support for the rest of the scholars they serve. As I close, I would like to uplift each day. They are solving to make it right. I submit multiple that the needs of the concerns of our families and parents are documented, and that the fall of the system does not rest on any one individual. As we work to improve this system, I look forward to the positive impact it will have on students, families, and schools across the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Give me a second. I'm not sure where to begin to ask questions, and I'm not sure what questions I would ask. Ms. Blair, actually, you said you look forward to questions. What questions do you want me to ask you? Microphone. Microphone. Microphone.
I want you to ask me about parent communication. I would love to talk a little bit about how even some of the bright spots aren't that bright. For example, I praise OSSE for introducing the language line and training their staff on providing multilingual access. that's something they should have been doing, for maybe the last 20 years, because that's how long the district's had a language access law. So, I want to put some of the praise I'm giving them in context. I'm thrilled that they decided to change how they did the stipend program so that siblings could participate. I'm really glad they made that change. I am sad that, someone had to maybe remind them of the fact that it's family composition discrimination to say that only one student in the family can receive the stipend. So, even the praise I give them, we're coming up to a really low baseline. And I think that's relevant. I also would love to talk more about, some of the data. I was delighted to see that Children's Law Center took the time to really crunch the data and bring it and present it here. I think what we learned in that lawsuit and that context can really inform the oversight that you have here. I would love for you to ask OSSE about their definitions of on time. And why on earth they think it's okay to tell a family they need to be at the bus, ready to go 15 minutes and 15 minutes before pickup, 15 minutes after pickup, but they're not going to tell you that the bus is going to be late unless it's more than 30 minutes, which means that there's this 15-minute time zone where the bus can show up at your house, wave at you and leave, and OSSE thinks that's fine. And a parent who does everything that they're supposed to do and get to the bus, get to the spot where they need to be 15 minutes before and 15 minutes later, what are they supposed to do with that? That is wildly unfair. Yeah, I could talk about transportation all day.
I'm not going to ask you about parent communication because there's been a lot of testimony about how the parent communication is bad. So I'm not sure what to ask there. I mean, I think a lot of witnesses have said that they're struggling with accurate communication. I do want to go off on a line that's probably not helpful, but there are roughly 4,000 students who rely on OSSE DOT. And the data that I got was that so far this year, I think as of, well, I don't know as of, I'll say as of when they gave us this information, 209, the average was 209, daily average, 209 arrived late. Now, I started out the hearing saying that really not just a goal, recognizing it's a human system, that it's not going to be 100%, but still it needs to be 100%. So 209 is too many, but that's what, 5%? I don't know where I'm going with this, but I think I'm responding to your comment that whether folks are an outlier, I kind of hesitate to say that. I mean, 209 a day is a lot. And for every individual student or family, it's a real problem. I mean, a big problem. And it shouldn't be 209 a day after day after day. Yes.
I think, because you haven't actually asked me a question. I think, sir, one of the big problems we have is I don't know that 209 number that you're referencing is accurate. I think that there is a real question of what does on-time student arrival mean? I think that's why I so appreciate what Ms. Robinette's talking about. And that's why I really honestly appreciated your testimony, because OSSE is planning for her child to get to school late every day. So is her child counted every day as a late student, or is her child counted every day as an on-time student?
And you don't know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer to that. I think they're counting her child as an on-time student. That is my hunch.
I've had to call the school every day that he's late to tell them it's because of OSSE transportation and not because it's our fault. So he's not marked late.
Well, yes, but what the school says, for purposes of this hearing, I don't care. What OSSE says does matter. If they say it's on time, when the student is late, that's a problem. Ms. Robinette?
Yeah, I mean, I would echo what Ms. Bloyer said, but I think what we're trying to highlight in our testimony, and again through the declaration that I've appended to my testimony with the Bates-White analysis, is they use inconsistent definitions. What they said in the oversight hearing in March is that departure from the terminal is the best available proxy for whether or not that bus will be late to the school. So that's what they were using at oversight in March. The responses to today's hearing say something a little different. This says the number of students that arrived after the bell, then that's the 209 number that you cited here.
Yes.
That metric is a little bit different than the on-time metric they used in March. I'm not sure which one they're going for. I also worry, as Ms. Bloyer mentioned, that is that truly after the bell or is that after the time that they were supposed to get there? Because Ms. Walker's child is not alone in routes that are scheduled to arrive late. And I don't know whether that's included in this number or not. And also I would also ask, or I hope you would ask OSSE whether these numbers are only the routes that OSSE manages, meaning that it's an OSSE bus, an OSSE driver and attendant, or if this 209 includes the private vendor routes. Because if it improves it, I honestly think those should be removed from the number because OSSE is not managing that. And that, so including the performance of contractors doesn't accurately reflect the performance of OSSE. Does that make sense?
That makes total sense, although I'm not quite sure what this hearing is. Is this hearing about OSSE's buses or about transportation that OSSE is required to provide?
I think it's helpful to know if the private routes are more or less accurate than the OSSE managed buses for the sake of planning going forward and budgeting going forward, because those routes are much more expensive than OSSE doing it themselves. But it's important to know if the OSSE managed routes are performing better or worse than the number here if it includes the private vended routes. It might not include the private vended routes, in which case this is an accurate representation of OSSE's performance, but none of their metrics across their oversight responses, the responses for this hearing, and what we've seen through litigation have been consistent in their definitions of what on time means, what metrics, where they're getting that data. They claim that they can't track data about school attendance, but 2 weeks ago, we heard that they get attendance reports from schools every single day. So why can't they cross-reference the students that are on their buses and those daily attendance reports that they said 2 weeks ago at this table that they get every single day? So it's really frustrating to me to hear the agency that is responsible for student data in the district say that they can't, they don't have the data to answer these questions. When they do, it may just be that OSSE DOT needs to talk to OSSE DAR, or whatever their data team was called.
Ms. Blair, you look like you wanted to say something else.
I think an LEA perspective is really valuable in this conversation, and I saw that the social justice coordinator wanted to say something. So that's all.
Ms. Morris?
I was just promoting that data should include private contractors because that is what our school relies on. And so they should know what the data is for on-time arrival just as much as they should know for OSSE managed bus routes as well.
So, Ms. Morris, the one bus who comes to your school now is not an OSSE bus, it's this a private route?
Yes, but I've made myself, parents, and other school administrators have made a number of complaints. So I think in the past week we've now had one additional bus where now one student is off of the singular route, and now we have two buses. But now the buses arrive late on pickup, and so kids are here till 4:30, waiting to get home, and probably don't get home till 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Yeah. I don't have any other questions for any of you. Thank you all for your testimony. Thank you, those of you who are online. Jonathan Webb, who's Director of Jonathan Webb, who's Associate General Counsel, KIPP DC. Craig Lean. Wayne Hurd, Chair of the DC Advisory Committee to the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, or U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. Marcia Cannon, Davinia Say, Stephanie Griffith Richardson, Kiana Lamans. Patricia Stamper. Oliver Roy. Amber Golden. Olivia Chase. And Guari Tave. I'll start at the top. Jonathan Webb. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Chairperson, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jonathan Webb. I'm the Associate General Counsel at KIPP DC Public Charter Schools. I want to begin by expressing a little bit of gratitude to OSSE, particularly Ms. Stephanie Davis and her team. They do tremendous work, moving thousands of students safely across the city every day. During the parent portal rollout, families consistently reported quick, helpful support for the DOT inbox and the Parent Resource Center. And we've seen real fixes when problems surface. We leaned in on our side with multilingual phone, text, and in-person outreach, hands-on portal walkthroughs, careful IDS alignment so records stay clean and current. When families completed their part but got stuck, we quickly escalated and worked shoulder to shoulder with OSSE to move routing forward. We also give special thanks to many drivers and attendants who are outstanding partners, texting families when they're on their way, when they're running late, or providing the consistency that the students need to feel safe and comfortable. The Learning Center at the Wheeler campus sits at the most intensive end of our continuum of care. For these students, timing, capacity, precise attending school data are not administrative details, they're essential. We've seen progress worth recognizing. OSSE, for example, helped route multiple TLC students ahead of their first instructional day. When we flagged attendance pulling students before class ended, practice was adjusted, so instruction wasn't lost. Those are the kind of fast, practical fixes that build trust. With the spirit of partnership, we offer the following recommendations to continue to strengthen the experience for students, families, in our school. First, on-time performance. Late morning arrivals translate into more missed core minutes, most accurately in intensive programs where therapies, academic interventions, and specialized instructions are already tightly scheduled. Additionally, for a 2:45 dismissal, some buses have arrived as late as 4:30 p.m. These delays compound for students in intensive programs, ripple across family schedules, and of course, cause much anxiety in parents. When buses are late or drivers unavailable, parents are not always directly notified. Our school teams field panic phone calls, and it's up to us to reach out to the hotline for dispatcher updates and then thereafter update families. While there are automated emails, automated text messages, these emails often understate delays. So you'll receive a text message that says a bus is 15 minutes delayed when in fact it's an hour delayed. We recommend clear, direct to parent alerts, which seems to be on the agenda. I'm not sure when, as far as OSSE is concerned. Driver clock out and clock in patterns. Late awareness of shortages can force last-minute route doubling, leading to overcrowded buses and avoidable safety risks, especially on routes serving students with higher support needs. Frequent driver attendant changes also disrupt timing and the relationship that helps students feel safe. Stabilizing driver attendant assignments and improving midday dispatch visibility will protect and preserve that relationship. We also still see occasional misrouting when conflicting records exist, particularly around school transitions or dual enrollment flags, which can send a student to the wrong location. While an ongoing concern, we appreciate OSSE's active troubleshooting of this matter. Finally, so far this school year, we filed 3 official complaints. Complaints regarding conduct by drivers or conduct by attendants. There's one incident in which a staff member allegedly cursed at a student in front of our staff. Continued coaching and accountability supports will ensure every interaction reflects professionalism that students and family deserve. Our commitment to do this work with OSSE and family remains strong. When an IEP requires transportation for FAPE, our teams make that determination, document the supports, and share them promptly. If a student's access is at risk because of data conflicts, capacity, calendar, staffing, or conduct, we loop in families right away, fix the record at the source, and coordinate with OSSE. While challenges remain, we are hopeful. The parent portal is a meaningful shift towards family-centered service and cleaner data. We already seen what working.
I've let you go over your time.
Oh, I apologize.
You're like way over your time.
Thank you for your time.
Sure, and if you could provide a copy of your
Will do.
statement, please. Craig Lean.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to be here today. I'm here on behalf of my daughter, who's a 20-year-old in the special education transportation system. And I'm also the vice chair of the DC Advisory Committee to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. We wrote a landmark report that focused quite extensively on the transportation issue. I'd like to say a couple things today. First, I do want to thank OSSE and I want to thank the DC Council for taking this issue so seriously and for addressing it and proposing reforms. I think it's extremely important, as we've seen today, that those reforms be put in place as soon as possible. One fact I wanted to focus on from the OSSE statement, or the facts, the statistics they provided pre-hearing. It's very interesting because in our DC Advisory Committee report, we were focused on the fact that there were a lot of due process complaints in DC. It's one of the highest jurisdictions every year. And there was a concern. We made a finding that there was a sue and settle approach and that it was a significant obstacle to accessibility and people's civil rights, that you essentially had to bring a complaint to be able to get a remedy. And we're very concerned about that. And I'm happy to see that the DC Council and OSSE are addressing that. Nonetheless, when I look at the statistics, I just want to raise a couple points. So in 2024 to 2025, there were approximately, and I just added them up quickly, 1,600 complaints for 4,120 riders. Now, I understand many of those are probably complaints made by one rider or one family, but nonetheless, that's about 33%. And then when you look at what is the month with the most complaints, it actually was September 2025, the most recent month, and that's with less riders. So 313 complaints out of 3,495 riders. So the point I would make is it's really important to take action here. We're talking about the most vulnerable community in DC. People with disabilities, people with significant disabilities who require to be in special education and rely on the bus transportation service. We're talking about significant civil rights issues regarding disparate impact and disparate treatment that are occurring here that we all want to address. And I'm sure OSSE wants to address this as much as anyone. So we need to address it. I'll just give you one example from my own daughter. She's autistic with an intellectual disability. We've had a number, and let me tell you, the bus has gotten a lot better over the course of the years. And we're grateful for our bus driver and our aide. We're very grateful. But let me say this. There are a number of occasions where we have not gotten an alert that the bus was going to be delayed, and then it's taken a long time, and it's caused my daughter a lot of anxiety waiting, and it disrupts her whole day. And I know that that's happening to a lot of people in special education. We need to fix this. We need this system to work well, and we can do it. And so I just want you to know, for the DC Advisory Committee, that we want to work with OSSE, and we want to work with the DC Council to make this work, and to make DC truly the best education system in the country, including its transportation system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lean. Wayne Hurd? All right. Marsha Cannon?
Yes.
Please
Good
proceed.
afternoon, Councilman Mendelson. My name is Marcia Cannon, and I am the mother of a special needs child. She's 9 years old, and she actually attends a DCPS school for medically fragile children. She's non-speaking. She also uses a wheelchair, and she lives with very complex medical needs. So she's entitled to OSSE DOT transportation under her IEP. And that transportation, I would expect it to be safe, consistent, and medically supported. But unfortunately, what we've experienced through the years from OSSE DOT is anything but that. Let me be clear. Beverly's bus service is riddled with outdated technology. I actually have to deploy an Apple AirTag to Beverly's wheelchair. Poor communication with confusing texts and phone calls, and dangerous inconsistencies. Within her first 6 days of school, she was late for half of them. One morning, I received a text at 5:52 a.m. saying her bus would be early. Then I received another text at 7:21 a.m. saying it would be nearly an hour late. She was finally picked up at 9:50 a.m. and she arrived at school almost 2 hours late. She missed breakfast, morning circle, and critical instructional time. And this isn't really an isolated incident. I've also received text messages about bus incidents with no further explanation, except there's been an incident. No estimated arrival time. If you looked at my phone, you'd see so many messages from OSSE where it says no ETA, no follow-up, just confusion. As a parent of a medically fragile child, that silence is terrifying. I've had to text her teacher just to confirm she arrived safely at school. So that's not a system. To me, it's a breakdown. I have actually uploaded my testimony in the portal, so you can find more. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. I will say that there are small improvements. So little by little, it is getting better. The beginning of school was horrendous. It's gotten better. We're in October now, so it's gotten more consistent. It's gotten a little bit better. So I'll give OSSE credit for that, and I'd also like to give credit, to the Parent Resource Center. I feel that they've more adequately staffed that. I don't wait on hold as long as I used to in the past. So that's also an improvement. So I do see the small incremental changes, and I just hope that we can continue to go in that direction. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cannon. You just said that you don't have to wait on hold when you call the call center, because we've had a number of other witnesses who've said they have to.
I do not. I used to wait very long times. I can tell you and I'm talking about the 576-5000 number. I know it by heart. I used to call it all the time. And I have seen improvement. They clearly have ramped up some staff. I mean, one time I called and the young man was like, I'm from another department. They just made me come down here. I don't really know how to. So it's clear that they're making sure that that's staffed. I really haven't had long hold times like I had in the past.
All right, thank you. Davinia Say, I think, is not here. Oh, you're in person. I didn't write that down. Okay, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Davinia C. I'm a Ward 7 resident and a parent of a child at a DC public charter school. Thank you for holding this hearing on this issue that deeply impacts my neighbors, OSSE and the transportation of students. To be clear, this is not an issue that directly affects my household. However, I've heard of this issue from fellow DC parents, and I have a particular interest, especially as, according to 2021 data, over half of the students receiving transportation for special education services live in Ward 7 and 8. And just as importantly, I want the best outcomes for all of my child's peers in DC's education system. It's in that spirit that I testify today to share what other parents have shared with me around best ways for OSSE to support my fellow DC parents and their students, so all of our students arrive at school on time and have a full day of learning. Firstly, as noted by previous parents, the ideal would be for OSSE to prioritize the development of an app that will allow families to know when the bus is arriving, departing, or running late. Just as we all use this type of information, myself included, when I take the public transportation system, this information is vital for families to adjust, especially families dealing, as been noted, dealing with special education needs or medical needs, to greatly help their mornings. If you've ever got a child ready in the morning, it's already painful enough. That's something we all understand as parents. Understanding the tight budget year and unlikelihood of an app being developed this school year, the following are suggestions for OSSE. Make the process easier for families to obtain private transportation when the bus system isn't working for their household. Have OSSE provide an infographic in multiple languages to give families clear contact information for the relevant OSSE personnel when the school bus is delayed. Have OSSE or DCPS create a simple tardy excuse process for families who are having to self-transport their student when OSSE transportation is late. As other parents have testified, like they have to call the school to make the whole tardy system work out, and when there's clearly not their fault, their child is late for school. Have OSSE, extend the 3-minute window for pickup or allow driver's aides to text families when they're on their way so the family knows to wait for the bus. Reduce reimbursement paperwork for families that have to self-drive because of bus delays. The current process that requiring parents to have prior approval for to self-transport their students is a bit silly when it's not the family's fault that the bus driver is late. Also, have OSSE, allow OSSE to train aides and OSSE staff to develop seating plans and transportation plans that comply with the children's IEPs. Overall, as mentioned before, the implementation of recommendations in the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights December 2024 report is vital. OSSE should create and maintain a transportation tracking system that allows families to see where a school bus is and expected arrival in real time, hire or appoint additional DCPS certified aides as transportation assistants on buses, and explore transportation solutions used by other jurisdictions, as you did this morning, that could work to alleviate OSSE transportation issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. C. Stephanie Griffith Richardson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Middleton and the Committee of the Whole. My name is Stephanie Griffith Richardson, and I'm a proud parent of a scholar at Washington Global Public Charter School in Southwest. We live in Ward 7, less than 4 miles from our school, and I also serve for PAVE, Citywide PLE Board, and as a part of the DC Public Charter School Board Parent and Alumni Leadership Council, PALC. Many of the overall issues that parents across the district face around safe passage and also apply to the OSSE Department of the Transportation System. I want to highlight those issues and solutions here today in service of building toward a more comprehensive approach that coordinates OSSE services with a broader safe passage ecosystem. Through my advocacy with PAVE, safe passage for students have emerged as one of our top priorities. When my son started middle school, I joined many brave parents who allow their children to navigate public transportation independently, trusting that our city system will keep them safe. Unfortunately, that trust has been tested. The recent WMATA route changes have made what has already been a challenge even more dangerous for families living east of the river. Before, we had multiple bus lines along the Minnesota Avenue that provided quick, direct access to Potomac Avenue Metro just 5 minutes away. Now these options are gone. New routes push other students towards Anacostia Metro, a station that is synonymous with violence, fights, and daily safety concerns. This is not equitable. This is not acceptable. No other wards face the same degree of dangers or lack of access to reliable routes. Parents like me are forced to choose between letting our children risk their safety or disrupting their education. Even walking alternatives with no crossing guards in sight is untenable. Imagine asking a 12 to 13-year-old to do what every day, just to get to school. Within the last 2 years, my son successfully stepped down from an IEP to a 504 plan, something that I'm deeply proud of. But even as his independence grows, I still monitor closely how he navigates this hectic and sometimes dangerous commute. Every parent, regardless of their child's needs, deserves to know their child can travel safely to and from school. The current system makes that confidence nearly impossible for families east of the river. I urge the district to take immediate action to approve safe passage supports for all kids and families, and especially those with special needs. Revisit the WMATA route changes that disproportionately harm families in Ward 7 and 8. Expand dedicated student bus routes from east of the river to schools west of the river, model after past successful WMATA student lines, and explore micro routes, transit options to increase safe options, increase the consistency and coverage of crossing guards, and hire more OSSE bus drivers and improve communications with families so students do not have to lapse in service. All of our children deserve safe, direct, and dignified passage to education, no matter what side of the river they live on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith Richardson. Jana Lamons.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nelson. My name is Quiana Lamons. I am a proud Ward 7 resident and paid parent leader. All my children attend DC Public Schools. I'm here today as both a parent who has had 5 children rely on OSSE DOT as their form of transportation and as a former OSSE DOT bus driver of 16 years. I'm here today because we need to get serious about what it takes to support our children with disabilities. OSSE DOT has had issue with timely pickups, getting students to school on time, and more. These disruptions to students' transportation can have serious consequences for our students. As DCC's growth in our NAP and CAPE scores, we want to make sure that students with disabilities are supported so they can see continued growth in their academic success. The transportation issues disrupt the vital routines parents work so hard to set at home. The consistency, stability, and structure that are essential for students balancing mental, physical, and behavior challenges. This stress caused by a tough morning commute spills into the classroom, impacting their performance and at times create difficult situations for our teachers. The real solution to fixing issues OSSE DOT faces are practical and they are prioritize safety and communication with family. First, equip all drivers and bus attendants with working phones. A phone works in multiple ways. It allows for tracking, but more importantly, it provides direct communication. Secondly, bring back walkie-talkie. They are reliable, direct link for every single person involved in transporting a child. Third, we must fund before care programs in every school to accept students with special needs. Too many students arrive early and are forced to sit on the bus just waiting for school to start. This programs let them prepare for class in a safe environment and allow buses to unload immediately, making the entire transportation system more efficient. Finally, we must invest in people. This means mandatory training for all drivers and attendants on how to be professional with our children and how to abide by the laws on student ride time. And yes, it means hiring more drivers and more attendants. We need extra fully trained backup staff ready to go at a moment's notice. And we must train our current attendants to become licensed CDL drivers. Let's make a simple choice. Let's stay ready so we don't have to get ready. Let's invest in communication, people, and programs that work. It is time to truly be about our children's business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lamons. Patricia Stamper.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole, OSSE leadership, and distinguished guests. My name is Patricia Stamper. I'm a proud Ward 7 resident and member of the Ward 7 Parent Leaders and Education Board with PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. Thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony today as someone who lives east of the river. I'm here today to talk about how to support students with individualized education programs, IEPs, that include structured transportation as a related service, and families who entrust the OSSE Division of Student Transportation with safely transporting their children. I come before you to raise 3 major concerns that require intentional action by OSSE, Department of Transportation. Number one, the urgent need for creative and intentional recruitment of more drivers and bus aides. Families across DC have repeatedly reported that delays, no-shows, and route disruptions are a common occurrence. A significant root cause, understaffing of qualified drivers and bus aides. This is not only simply an operational inconvenience, it directly impacts student access to school, to their peers, and to the support spelled out in their IEPs. As one advocacy organization recently observed, buses routinely arrive very late to pick up students or do not arrive at all. Under OSSE Special Education Transportation Services, if we are serious about equitable access for all IEP students, then OSSE must launch intentional hiring fairs, build pipelines for drivers and aides, including bilingual aides and aides trained for special education rides, and offer competitive compensation and support so that staffing is reliable and sustainable. Number two, the inconsistent and unpredictable communication with parents about pickup and drop off. Parents in Ward 7 and across the district report that they often do not know when the bus will arrive, when their child will be dropped at home, or what to do when schedules are delayed. This undermines trust, creates anxiety, and prevents families from planning for after-school therapies, work schedules, or caregiver arrangements. In the case of transportation for children with disabilities, the stakes are even higher. As a parent in Ward 7, I call on OSSE DOT to institute a real-time tracking and notification system. Provide clear and daily updates via text, email, phone to parents when routes change or are delayed, and ensure a consistent point of contact for families with questions. Families deserve predictable, transparent communication. Number three, the lack of an investment in modernizing OSSE's DOT system to ensure equitable access for all IEP students. When structured transportation is a mandated related service in a student's IEP, we must treat it with the same rigor as speech therapy, occupational therapy, or reading supports. Unfortunately, the system for assigning routes, managing vehicles, monitoring ride times, accommodating specialized equipment, ensuring aides are present, and tracking service delivery remains outdated and fragmented at best. Advocates note that districts' failure to provide safe, reliable, and appropriate transportation to students with disabilities is part of a trend where the district does not live up to its obligation to children and families. I urge OSSE to invest in a comprehensive upgrade of its transportation management system, one that integrates the IEP data, flags long ride times, supports direct routing, monitors aid driver attendance, and issues performance data publicly, especially for students with disabilities in high needs areas like my home ward, Ward 7 and Ward 8. Equity demands no less. In closing, as a Ward 7 resident and parent leader, I must remind this body, every delayed bus, every missed pickup, every email unanswered is not just a schedule malfunction. It is a barrier to educational access and a break in the trust between families and the education system. We need more than incremental fixes. We need bold, intentional strategies, robust recruitment of retention of drivers, aides, transparent, reliable communication with families, and systemic modernization of transportation infrastructure to match the needs of our IEP students. Thank you for your attention and for your willingness to listen to families. I look forward to working with OSSE, the council, and specifically my council member, Wendell Felder, and the community to ensure that every student, especially those east of the river, like my ward in Ward 7 and Ward 8, across DC has safe, reliable, predictable transportation that they deserve. I want to again say that all kids who rely on OSSE transportation should receive safe,
Ms. Stamper.
reliable, and
Ms.
dignified
Stamper.
transportation to and from school. Chairman Mendelson, I'll yield back my time.
Since you're over time, there's none to yield, but thank you.
Oh, no problem. You have a blessed day, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Oliver Roy, I believe, is not here. Amber Golden and Olivia Chase. I think none of them are here. Gwari Dave.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity and for the assistance you provided over the weekend to get a response from OSSE this past weekend. My daughter Zara is a nonverbal autistic 7-year-old with ADHD and a history of trauma who depends on transport through OSSE to go to a school in Rockville. She spends about 2.5 hours on the bus daily. And I'm here to share my concerns about the ongoing safety failures in OSSE's services and to ask for stronger oversight and accountability to ensure that kids like mine are transported safely by trained, responsible staff. On Friday, October 25th, I received a photo showing Zara on the bus in a dangerously unsecured position, which I turned in with my testimony. As you can clearly see from the image, which was taken on a moving bus, she was not properly buckled, leaving her at risk for serious injury. In fact, a child on the bus is the one who asked for assistance, and once it was not responded to, she took the photo and apparently helped Zara. This happened even though just last month an OSSE inspector assured me that all equipment and safety procedures had been checked and verified. On October 27th, he came out again and had to adjust the shoulder straps, which were too high, and make sure the chest belt was fastened correctly. It seems that the straps were likely positioned incorrectly each day last week. Zara cannot speak for herself. She cannot unbuckle or fix her seat restraints. She depends entirely on the adults entrusted with her care to keep her safe. When those systems fail, she is powerless. And I am left with no assurance that her well-being is taken seriously. This was not an isolated incident. In the week of September 2nd, the bus wasn't showing up, and I later learned that it was due to not having a one-to-one aid. OSSE's only response seemed to be to suggest removing one-to-one aid from Zara's IEP, since she didn't seem to have any problems prior on the bus. And that way the bus could show up to provide transport. I reluctantly agreed. Despite direct communication with OSSE DOT staff, including Ms. Cruz, who assured me that Zara's seat would be secure and that her safety could be provided, it was not. Even when there is a response from OSSE, the promises made are not kept. In fact, upon receiving my text with the photo of Zara, Ms. Cruz's immediate response was to ask who provided the photo. In the first week of September, when the bus simply never arrived, I stood outside waiting and calling that once again, there was no bus. I had to drive Zara myself, arriving late from my own classes by 2.5 hours just to get her to and from school. I'm a teacher. That means being late from my own classroom every morning, apologizing again and again for something that is entirely out of my control. As a single mother, there is no one else to help. When the bus doesn't come, I'm the one on the phone on hold with OSSE, trying to get answers while managing a child who is crying, banging her head on the cement sidewalk, and unable to understand why she has to move. I don't even have a way to give my job last-minute notice to find a substitute until the kids are in my classroom alone. And even when the bus does come, Zara still does not get treated safely or humanely. Her only source of protection, the one person who truly served as her eyes, ears, and voice on that bus, was another child around age 11, who had been concerned for months about how Zara was treated or ignored, even when she had a designated one-to-one aid, despite a promise from Mr. Park that Zara would be treated like his own child, since he has an autistic child himself, that she would not be separated from this person. That separation happened anyway. On Monday morning, that child sat in the front row while Zara was left alone in the back with an aide who was not properly trained to know what secure seating means. This is the exact same person who is apparently showing a video on her phone to another child instead of attending to a child in a dangerous position. Taking away the only person who notices and advocates for her is not just an oversight, it's cruel. And it left my child defenseless. I feel this is a moral issue. It's about a system continually breaking its promises. And I have so much more to add that is similar to what previous parents have added. But my biggest thing is, like, I have to beg and I have to find time to document. And I've taken this time away from a child who right now needs a lot of attention because of problems with ADHD meds. Again, I'm a single mother. I can't believe that I could lose my job because the system cannot provide access to education in a safe and dignified manner. Even today, the school nurse called me and reported that Zara was brought straight from the bus into the nurse's office by her one-to-one school aide because of scars and dried blood from scratches. I have yet to look into all of this because I had to rush to come here and to suddenly find coverage and explain that I had to leave my class immediately just to attend here. There's a lot of things I haven't addressed, but I think I'm over time, sorry. But thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Dave. When you've called the the call center?
Yes.
Do you get through right away?
Oh, never. No. The week that she was not, there was no bus coming, even 90 minutes. I've managed to call from the moment that the bus isn't arriving all the way to 30 minutes later, 40 minutes later, when I managed to get my daughter in the car, all the way to an hour later when she arrives at school, I was still on hold. And that happened every day that week. Where in those days that week that the bus didn't come, that's how long I was on hold.
You were on.
We now get up.
You were on hold from the time that the
For
bus
90
did,
minutes. Yes.
until you actually got your child to school.
No, I then was driving to my job and still did not get, no, it was over 90 minutes and I finally hung up because it was just causing more stress. In the recent weeks, I have been calling just to find out where the bus is because my daughter has a lot of she'll headbang and she has a lot of behaviors if she's waiting for a long time. So I need to know when that bus is coming. I also struggle to get her out. If it's a struggle to get her dressed. Sometimes this morning, like many mornings, I had to get her from under the bed. And it's very hard to go all the way under the bed, in the middle of the bed, just to get her out, just to get her downstairs. So, and that whole time I'm stressed about missing a bus. So I start calling OSSE from the time I wake up and brush my teeth. I'm on hold the entire time and I just wait and find out where is the bus. The only way you can get through after about 20, 25 minutes on hold is by calling around 7 a.m. If you call after 7:05, you could be on hold for God knows how long. And I don't know if I'm going to miss the bus if I wait longer. So I try to call anytime between 6:30, and 7:05 to see where the bus is.
Thank you. I do not have any other questions for any of you. Thank you, though, for your testimony. Those of you who didn't provide statements, if you would please, written statements, and we'll include them in the record. And thank you, especially those of you who are here in person. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to turn to the government. What does a 10-minute break mean? It means 3:10. So that's actually 12 minutes. So I'll be back at 3:10. Thank you all. Let's come back to order. Thank everyone for their patience. We're at the point where we're going to hear from the government. According to the witness list, we have Raphael Park, who is Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Office of the State Superintendent of Education. I assume you're Mr. Park? I assume everyone else in the agency decided to leave you up there all by leave you on the plank all by yourself.
Yes, sir.
All right. When you're ready, why don't you start?
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Raphael Park. I am honored to serve as the Deputy Superintendent of Operations and Interim Director of Student Transportation at the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. I am here today on behalf of State Superintendent Dr. Antoinette Mitchell and more than 1,000 dedicated employees who make up OSSE DOT. Our staff arrive at bus terminals before sunrise, greet our students by name, and provide safe, caring transportation to school. I welcome this opportunity not only to share data and progress, but to speak directly to the families who entrust us with their children's transportation every day. To the caregivers who testified today and who have been in direct contact with us, please know that we see you, we hear you, and we understand. We know that when one of our buses is late, it is not just an inconvenience, it is uncertainty. It's a break in a child's morning routine that can impact their whole day. It's a parent trying to explain to an employer why they will be late to work. And we know how frustrating it can be when you call for assistance and cannot get an immediate answer about where your child's bus is. We also know some of our riders are very young, some are nonverbal, and some cannot express their discomfort if something doesn't feel right. We know how deeply you carry that worry when they leave your home each day. Please know that we do not take that lightly. We feel it with you because many of us at OSSE DOT, including myself, are parents of a student with special needs. We understand that what you want is simple and reasonable: reliability, safety, and peace of mind. And we are determined to give you exactly that. OSSE DOT, like many transportation systems across the country, has faced a severe supply and demand labor challenge. In the past, our agency has focused our efforts on improving our recruitment and hiring of transportation staff. However, we were unable to overcome the market challenge of an undersupply of qualified CDL school bus drivers. Therefore, we had to innovate. We introduced attendance incentives to encourage more of our staff to come to work consistently. We launched our parent stipend program, which allowed families who were willing and able to self-transport their children to receive financial support for doing so. We also expanded our privately serviced routes where qualified vendors operated student transportation services. These efforts helped us close our staffing and resource gaps and maintain transportation services for our students. However, two primary issues remained. First, these measures were costly. Our agency had to request additional funding in both fiscal years 24 and 25 to sustain these programs. Second, even with these stopgap measures, we still lack the bench staff needed to cover routes when employee absenteeism spiked. Meaning, despite our best efforts, some late routes persisted. Since our goal is to transport is for every student to receive on-time transportation service every day, we recognized that there were additional steps we had to take. In May of 2025, after multiple difficult years and hard lessons, we gathered leaders from across OSSE to develop a new plan for transportation delivery that will provide better, more financially sustainable student transportation. Through this process, we realized the need for a fundamental shift in our transportation request system. For years, we relied on schools to request transportation for families. But in diving into the data, we realized that many LEAs were rolling over their transportation requests from the previous school year. This meant we received requests for students who no longer needed transportation services. This also meant we were frequently routing buses to the wrong student address and to the wrong school. We were even being asked to route the same student to 2 different schools. We were stretching our resources thin by needlessly running extra routes and going to the homes of non-writing students. This imposed an operational cost on the students and families who rely on us to get to school on time. So we decided to reimagine our transportation request system. In the summer of 2025, we launched the OSSE Parent Portal. For the first time, we went directly to families, not schools, and asked parents to confirm their child's need for transportation for the upcoming school year. The results of this subtle shift were transformative. First, the number of families requesting bus services decreased by over 8,000. Second, we nearly tripled enrollment in the Parent Stipend Program. And lastly, we reduced our reliance on private route vendors. These outcomes eased the pressure on our system, saved millions in operating costs, and improved our ability to provide efficient and effective transportation services for district students. For the first time in many years, these efficiencies are helping us build a bench of drivers and attendants so we can cover every route, even when somebody calls out. Instead of filling the resource gap, we have narrowed our supply and demand gap. This is an important milestone for our agency because it means consistency and greater assurance for our families. But we are not done yet. We are also excited for further system advancements on the horizon. OSSE DOT has dedicated capital funding to bring a new GPS-enabled routing system to every bus. This will allow families to see their child's bus in real time, know when the bus is approaching their home, identify when their child has been picked up, and pinpoint when their student arrives at school or home. It will also help us eliminate thousands of paper trip tickets, saving time and money and increasing our data accuracy. Most importantly, it will provide caregivers with greater peace of mind. This will not be an easy project to implement. We have to install over 600 tablets on our school buses and train more than 1,000 employees, but we are committed to getting it right. We also continue to explore innovative approaches to student transportation delivery, including a potential partnership with an LEA where they provide the transportation and we provide the funding. If this partnership is successful, it could be a model for more LEAs in the future. In addition, given the current labor supply challenges, we are also exploring the procurement of vans that non-CDL license holders can operate for our students. I am so very deeply proud of the OSSE DOT team. Our drivers, our attendants, call agents wake up before sunrise every day to help safely transport currently over 3,400 students to school on time. When we launched the parent portal, our employees volunteered on weekends and evenings to help families sign up. Our team visited homes and helped parents with limited English proficiency fill out their forms. Our chief information officer even visited the home of a parent who did not have internet access and helped her complete her submission. She did this without prompting because she cared and wanted the child to have a smooth start of the school year. That is who we aim to be. A team that doesn't just transport students, but cares for them like family. I know we must continue to strive for the better. We are still learning, still improving, still earning families' trust, but please know that we have a shared goal. We too also want a transportation system that is safe, dependable, and worthy of your trust. One that honors the dignity and potential of every student we serve. We will not stop pushing forward until every family feels that their child is truly cared for, protected, and valued. And I will say that again, that we will not stop pushing forward until every family feels that their child is truly cared for, protected, and valued. Thank you. I am pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Park, for your statement. Your statement is very strong and very positive, but reconcile that with this testimony that we heard earlier. This school year has not been much better. At the start of the school year, the route information OSSE provided did not match reality. Kate was being picked up 45 minutes earlier than OSSE said she would, and was being dropped off close to 5:30 p.m., which is 2.5 hours after dismissal time. OSSE's pre-hearing responses claim that they are building the most efficient and optimal routes. Kate's original route this year had her going to a separate part of the city to drop off multiple children, then driving back by the school an hour later before proceeding to our house. Notifications are still incorrect or not timely. One day, I received a notification that Kate would be late. She was dropped off early. Another day, I received a notification 7 minutes before dismissal that OSSE would not provide transportation. 2 months into the school year, and we are finally starting to see some stability, but given our past experience, I cannot be confident it will continue.
Yes, thank you for that question. One, we will make sure that we reach out to the parent and better, understand the route situation. Secondly, I feel for every parent who has had a bus system issue this year, and my heart, goes out to them. And the everyday, mission for us is to address every single need of, each person. You mentioned at the beginning, of this, hearing that this cannot be an A- operation. This actually needs to be 100%, operation. And I would say, the gap we actually feel, I maybe, expected, hundreds of parents to be here, here today. And I am not, nobody at OSSE is happy about an A- grade that we have for our families and students. So, I'm happy to, look into the particular case. If I were to assume why that may have happened, we still have not closed a supply and demand gap. We are, able to serve a lot of, families well. Surprisingly, sometimes, I do get some, compliments from our parents, as well, but not, everyone is, actually happy. That there are routes that we still had no staffing available, where we had to double the routes, and students, had to be late to school to work. And we are, trying to make adjustments this school year. Today, I believe for the first time, in a while, we actually had 13 school bus drivers and 7 attendants who did not have to transport students because we finally have a bench. And for us, in order for us to, limit those statements, we continue to, have to have a bench to be able to address, staff call-outs or any, accidents that happen, on the road. And I am committed to making sure that we do that.
Well, I appreciate the answer, but still, with the parent portal, a major improvement and other steps that you mentioned that are major improvements and that testimony, and it was not alone, you heard other testimony, suggests that the problems continue. In fact, I started out the hearing saying that I was under the impression that things have gotten better. I've heard fewer complaints. And yet there were, I have so much paper here, I can't find anything. Complaints. So I was under the impression things were better because I'm not hearing the kinds of complaints this year that I heard last year. Last year, it felt like there was a bit of a meltdown. But when we look at the data, help me here. Yes. So in the month of August, there were 67 complaints. The month of August the year before, there were 66 complaints. That's not too bad. The month of September, a year ago, there were 197 complaints. This September, there were 313 complaints. That's what, 50% increase. So again, your statement is very positive, but what we're seeing is not much of an improvement.
Well, if I may, so to begin this school year, we had to intentionally have more students per bus. We really needed to create this bench of staffing. Right now, except for today, the only time we actually had a bench of staff was the first few days of school. We actually had more students per each bus. And what we have found out when we tried to push as hard to have more students on the bus, that a lot more buses just couldn't get to school on time. And there are, many reasons why we weren't able to do that. But in the first week, I recall the Friday of that, first week, I sent an email to parents of 20 routes and letting them know that we are monitoring these 20 routes, and it just doesn't seem to work well because we can't seem to consistently get to school on time. So that maybe I have probably invited more complaints for us because I tried to proactively reach out to our parents and have us contact our PRC for.
Well, I appreciate that. At the same time, I suspected there are many more complaints than are actually registered.
Of course.
I was struck by this in your graph, that the first graph that you showed, that in 2022, there were 3,472 students. I think that means eligible for OSSE DOT. And in 2025, 4,331, an increase of 859. Now, I'm going to ask you next round questions about the IEP process and why there are more students, because I think that's important as well. But I'm trying not to be nice this first round. So I'm going to ask about this GPS system.
Yes.
So OSSE has been acquiring this GPS system for what sounds like maybe a decade. We asked in pre-hearing questions about an update on this. And I noted that, let me see, in July 2024, now we'd heard earlier testimony that actually there was a procurement, I think in 2018 or 2019, and there was a procurement in, I don't know, 2021 or 2022. But in July 24, Office of Contracting Procurement on behalf of OSSE DOT issued a request for information. Between August 2024 and February 2025, OSSE DOT explored vendor product options That's a long time for an urgent project. That's what, at least 4, 5, 6 months. Okay, in March 2025, OSSE DOT submitted its procurement package to OCP. Since March 2025, I'm reading, OSSE DOT has been working closely with OCP to identify an existing contract that meets the district's need, given the urgency of this project. Once a contract is awarded, OSSE DOT will move to the implementation phase. That's 6 months and an RFP has not issued.
Yes, so for our agency, this procurement is a two-part exercise. First, is the procurement process for us to, make sure that we have, contract signed with a qualified.
Yeah, but you can't sign a contract without having a procurement, and you haven't done the procurement.
Yes, so we have submitted a procurement package to our OCP colleagues earlier this spring.
7 months ago, 6 months ago?
Yes. And for us, for our agency, I mean, procurement, is a back and forth exercise where we may, have to give feedback. We have done everything we can to not delay any process or have, cause of delay.
I have seen procurements happen a lot faster than this. And expensive procurements a lot faster than this. This is what, a couple $1 million, maybe 3?
Yes. Yes.
I have seen much more expensive procurements that happen a lot faster than in March. OSSE DOT submitted its procurement package in October. There still hasn't been an RFP.
Yes, and we are seeking an existing contract for that reason. IT procurement for an RFP. It is my, understanding takes anywhere from an year plus to 2. And
for what? To issue the RFP?
Yes, for an IT, contract. I mean, obviously, I can't speak, on behalf of our OCP colleagues, but what I can say is, one, OSSE has dedicated resources and treated this project with a sense of urgency. And I also, don't have any doubts that, from my own routine, engagement with our OCP partners, that they are, also all hands on deck and recognize the importance of this project that, has to be signed soon.
Well, I'm not feeling the urgency. Contract CW 47272, base period October 1st, 2016. Contract CW 93311, base period October 1st, 2021. Contract CW 120077, base period October 1st, 2024. These are related, but clearly not what we're talking about here, but related. I'm not feeling any sense of urgency.
Yes, so I have a sense of urgency on this project. I want this project to move faster than probably anywhere in this entire city. And I do know that my colleagues who work together on this is treating this with a sense of urgency.
Forgive me, but I'm going to turn to staff. Wasn't it the Oklahoma woman who testified that they procured in 2 months? A lot of people heard a lot of things and they all took note of it. It can happen a lot faster. We're going to have a roundtable next month on the status of this procurement. And I want to know not only what I hope is at the roundtable, which is not scheduled next month, maybe a short roundtable. I want to hear that the RFP's been issued. I want to know when it's going to, when the bids are going to come in and be scored. I want to know the timetable for letting the contract and the timetable for implementing. And when I mean implementing, that parents will actually be able to use this system. I think the next person here was Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. I'll note that my staff has been talking with the Office of Contracts and Procurement, which has been similarly vague in terms of what has taken so long, but they have indicated the procurement is expected to go through Q1 of this fiscal year. Is that your understanding as well?
Also, I cannot commit to a timeline since I am not the decision maker, but I hope it happens soon.
How will OSSE measure the success of the GPS system beyond technical deployment?
Well, so this is a project that actually excites everybody. And, it excites parents for, reasons that I clearly, understand. It excites our council members, and it actually excites our operational team as well. Because what we have to make sure is we are able to move away from a paper trip ticket process, which is not the right way to, operate as an agency in probably 2025. And what this system is going to bring is we will have a tablet on every bus where student pickup information should show up when we approach a student's home. A bus driver is going to be able to see it and be like, did this student ride? So it's going to capture ridership information, non-ridership information as well. It's going to finally actually capture the on-time performance of every student's home, because we talk about various, different, data points in terms of on-time departure from terminals, on-time arrival to students' home, and most importantly, we have to get to students' school on time. So there are, many data points that this could, capture. Our number one reason for calls at our PRC is, actually, where's the bus? And this project addresses, exactly that. So many, performance, the benefits are going to be there.
And will the GPS system integrate with the parent portal?
Yes. So normally, from my own market research, the way that this happens is a routing system vendor normally has a sub contracting with a, let's say, a mobile app where they are, able to push out, apps, that may be, available in, let's say, the Apple App Store or the Android Store.
Okay. And regarding the parent portal, can you quantify how on-time performance has improved compared to before the portal launch?
Well, so in terms of our on-time performance, it's very apples to orange comparison. I don't think our on-time, parent portal did not try to improve our, on-time performance.
Yeah.
We tried to increase our supply just so that we can, provide, better service to everyone. But in terms of our performance, there are, many data points that our agency has really tried hard to collect, from an on-time departure. This year, we're looking at 93% of the buses, going, out on time. And I, understand that that is not a measure that is clear to parents, because what they care is not about is a bus, leaving the lot on time. I mean, I have to care because if we can't even leave on time, that means that, there's, higher, probability of the bus being late. But in terms of an on-time arrival, so last year was the first year that we really tried, we needed to get a better understanding of our agency operation, because at the, end of the day, it's not about pushing, buses out on time. It's about getting to kids home on time and getting to school on time. And, we have that info, but it's, on 1,000 pages each day of a driver trip ticket that we need to review and, so on. So we have actually now have staff, entering those data into a system. Now, obviously, it's not perfect, but we knew that that would serve us better, because at the end of the day, we need to know buses that leave the lot on time that are not consistently arriving to school on time. So we have been doing that, and as of this year, we are currently, hitting 89% of our bus routes are getting to school on time. I mean, obviously that's 11%, too high for me, but that's where the current number
So
is.
let me ask you, wearing my government operations hat, how did OSSE partner with or receive guidance from Octo regarding the portal?
Well, so in terms of the parent portal, I mean, obviously our Octo, partners, are great at, providing, us the platform to be able to create the application. There are some, IT requirements that we need to follow, in terms of, sign-ons and security features. But, it was our actual entire IT team at OSSE that focused on building the portal.
Okay. Can you discuss your involvement in the DC School Connect pilot working group that put together recommendations this year?
Yes. So I obviously oversee a major student transportation function for the city. It really fell in my lap in my career, and I absolutely love this work and how I get to serve this function. And obviously, if there's another function in the city that transports students, I naturally gravitate towards that work. It is my understanding that DFHV does excellent work transporting our Ward 7 and 8 students. Now, we don't really interact in terms of, they don't transport our students, and obviously we don't transport our students, but my engagement, has been more so, knowing the, operational strength that they have, constraints that, they may have, how they run their, operations. So I have a, pretty good, knowledge of it. It is also my understanding that our agency's formal chief of staff at OSSE was on the panel or the, the working group for, that provided a recommendation for the future of that program.
That makes sense. I mean, one of the challenges that we've been trying to solve at the council is that DFHV is meant to be a regulatory agency. And right now they're functioning as a transportation agency that is transporting students. And I do think that it is, unfortunately, the dysfunctionality of OSSE's DOT program that has led parents to say, no, please don't move School Connect over here. OSSE has enough problems. But I would love to see, and this really was the mandate that I had put out with that report, I'd love to see that program moved over to you as you're, working to improve this program.
Thank you for that feedback. It's interesting to see and hear the role of DFHV and OSSE's role also as a state education agency is to monitor and oversee the transportation function. And obviously there's long history, and we do have institutional knowledge and the subject matter experts to do the work. And I am committed to making sure wherever the functions in the city are, whether it's OSSE or not, to play a big role in just earning that trust back.
What do you see in the School Connect program that you'd like to replicate?
Well, so there are things that I would love to replicate, but I probably would not be able to due to legal constraints. It is my understanding, and please know that I am not here to speak on behalf of DC School Connect, since that is not our agency's function. But I do know that they have a corner stop, or what they call a share stop operation, and we are very much a door-to-door service. So when we have one student who would ride a school bus from that neighborhood, they may not probably experience the same type of challenge we have, because when we have to add a student, we have to communicate the scheduling change for every other students and parents on that bus. So I would say that I would really like a corner stop operation, but we can't, do that for our OSSE, DOT students. The other part that I would say that I would, that I know that they do well is they get to prioritize which students that they serve, to my understanding. So they have a wait list of students, who are waiting to get services. And, we are not a wait list based operation. It doesn't matter if OSSE has 0 school bus drivers. Like we got to figure out how to transport students. We're to the point where I may have to transport some students too.
Yeah, that makes sense. It definitely, it's a different mandate. So I hear what you're saying there, and yet still would like to unite the programs. So, well, I thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you, Mr. Park. I won't belabor the parent app. This is not the first year where one's worried about whether it's going to be delivered for the next school year. I can't tell you how disappointed I was last year when I learned it wasn't going to be ready for this school year. And this conversation today has me quite worried about that. You all have made promises. I'm characterizing them as promises, but that the app would be ready for school year 26-27, and that the app would be piloted in the summer of 2026. Are you moving away from that, or are we still on track to achieve that goal?
Well, thank you for that question. I do know that the number one question when it comes to this project is when. And that's the question that I ask myself too, not myself, but our colleagues often too. And the timeline really has to do with a two-part exercise of one, we need a contract in place. Contract dictates.
So I hear you. I hear you. So the chairman is talking about having a roundtable in the next month.
Yes.
You guys, between OSSE and OCP, have to come back with the answer. We're going to be ready. We're moving this. The sense of urgency here, it's not just new, like, oh, this is a new problem. We found it. We need to deal with this. I've been on the council for a couple of years. Every year, I've asked, when are we going to have this? And every year, I've been told next year, and the goalposts move. They cannot move again. That's not your responsibility, but you are the one who's sitting in front of me. And I hope that the OSSE leadership is also listening and the OCP leadership is listening. You cannot disappoint families again by moving the goalposts. Figure it out and be ready for the roundtable. Okay. So let me turn to another set of questions. For the parent portal, it's a good innovation, and I understand how it can relieve pressure on the system otherwise, and that allows for better performance in the system otherwise. It doesn't work if families don't feel secure in it, and the payment timelines have been, I think the responses took 83 days for parents to be reimbursed for expenditures. What is being done to shorten that period so that parents are getting paid? Because I think we all want that system to be increasingly successful so that the rest of the system can work as well as possible. What are you doing to shorten that reimbursement timeline?
Thank you. So there are two payment programs that OSSE has. One is the parent stipend program. That is the self-transportation. We pay a family who is willing to self-transport $400 a day. That is not the 83-day timeline. That we have our number of days down quite well. Like there's a process that works, and obviously we have to check the attendance rate. The 83 days I mentioned in our written testimony is our parent reimbursement program. And I do apologize that they all sound very similar, but this is a program when there are reasons why parents have to self-transport, whether it's, they rely on our service, but it's based on, there is a, district, government holiday when a school, opens at a non-public school, or, we've had repeated failures of not being able to transport where the parent is self-transporting. They are, able to seek a reimbursement from us for doing the job that we should have actually done better. And that's the part that takes 83 days. Now, to answer your question in terms of how can we move that faster is, there are layers of reviews that, we unfortunately, have to do in terms of, having the budget team review to make sure, having the program team, making sure that the mileage is, actually what happened. We have to check students' attendance record for that day as well. And, ultimately, this is not, like at the end, a check gets cut. And, our agency actually does not have any check cutting power. So we work with our sister, agency, OCFO, to have these, process down. I mean, obviously, we are deeply, interested in how do we make this process faster. Last year was the first year that even though this used to be a check cutting operation, we have, integrated our system where parents can be tied to our DIFS financial system where parents can get ACH payment instead of, having to wait for a check to be, generated. And that, seemed to have, helped the, timeline for at least by, 2+ weeks. But, this is an area that we have spoken with our OCFO colleagues. How can we do better? How can our, agency, colleagues do better too?
So I hope that you can shorten that 83 days. I mean, probably the thing that would shorten it the most is if there were fewer instances where parents had to self-medicate, in a sense, go out and figure it out on the fly and then get reimbursed. The fewer instances of that you have, the more efficiently you can work through that. On the other one, on the one where the parent volunteers to take care of it and they get reimbursed, you said that your payment period has been shrunk considerably. What does that payment period look like?
Yes. So because, this is a self transportation reimbursement program, we have to validate the student attendance record. So what we do is, we wait a month for parents to self-transport, and they have to meet a certain, attendance requirement, which is 70%, during the school year. And then, we already, have the W-9s and all the tax forms and bank information. So it's just, us, when the month ends, the team at OSSE confirms the student attendance and, basically pushes a button to, have that process, go through so that ACA payments could go in. It is my, understanding that it's about a 2-week process since the next, month begins.
So they wait a month and then 2 weeks. So inside of 45 days, they get reimbursed for.
Well, actually, it would be every month. It just takes the 2 weeks of operation during the first 2 weeks to confirm that.
Okay, great. All right, wonderful. 2 things that you talked about in your testimony. One was you had a brief mention of the idea of exploring using vans. And I actually didn't see it in the written testimony, so maybe it's a thing that you added. Talk to me about what that is about and how and what function you think that might fill.
Yes, so thank you. I am actually quite excited about that question. I have, always felt that OSSE DOT, also, OSSE in general, has to be the lead in how do we reimagine how government needs to function in a currently, financial constraint. And one way to do that is it costs us around $120K to purchase a Type A gasoline school bus. So the school buses you see, out there, it costs us about, $120K. When we look at our routing structure, our routes, have around 7 to 8 to 9 students per bus. And where we have a really hard time is finding a CDL driver license with a SMP endorsement. So you may, know like 10 to 15 passenger vans that look like your typical, airport shuttle. So what we have an opportunity is those actually do not require a CDL license holder because that license is based on the weight of the vehicle. So we actually have a tremendous opportunity in the city to be able to procure vans. And one thing that really excites our own staff is our bus attendants who have years of experience transporting students, in a different, capacity. Obviously, this could be a way that we innovate how we recruit and maintain our staff, where they can now operate non-CDL vans. And, we would, have to go through the, process, but like a van costs $63K to purchase a 10 to 15, passenger van. And we could, probably run a lot of our, routes that way.
Okay, so I really appreciate that. I have 20 seconds, so I'll just end with an editorial comment. I mean, on the one hand, I find that very exciting. I think in a transportation space, being more nimble is really, really important. On the other hand, when I hear the drivers may not need a certain license in this context, I really worry about safety. So to the extent that there's a pivot in this sort of way, I would want assurances that whatever the new standard, even if it's not the formal one over here, that it is really rigorous in terms of maintaining the safety of our children in these vans. I don't know if you want to say something to that.
Yes, thank you. I share the exact same thing with you. And that's why we have our Office of Risk Management partner, who we have started a conversation on how this would actually look like. I believe you and I want the exact same thing.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember bootstrapped a question into the last 20 seconds. Councilmember,
I'm not the first to do that.
the first today. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. And I will jump right in. I would say the reason why this hearing is important is because it's an equity issue. When I look at the data, the percentage of students who are most impacted by OSSE's routine delays are young people in wards 5, 7, and 8. Obviously, young people that largely have special needs. And this has been an issue since I've joined the council in 2023. And I connect this with ongoing conversations around how OSSE needs to better support and treat young people with special needs across the district as the State Board of Education is entertaining graduation requirements. To me, it is clear OSSE needs to do more for young people with special needs. Now that I got that out of the way, I wanted to come to the definitions of on time. I see the data that the average daily rate is 209 young people. How do you define on time?
Yes, so for us, there are two ways to define on-time performance. One way is, our traditional way of, are we having buses leave the lot? Because, it is our, expectation that if we build good routes, that
I get that, just for the
one.
sake of time.
Yes.
So when I look at this 209 number, how are you defining number of students arriving after the bill?
Yes, that is a yes. So those are students on a school bus that are arriving late to school after a bell time, whether that be a minute or half an hour.
And I see that the average time is about 23 minutes. And so one of the questions that was raised earlier was whether or not this figure includes just OSSE buses or OSSE and contracted bus routes.
Yes, so I will follow up on that, but it is my understanding from a timing perspective, it is both private routes and our OSSE operated.
It would be helpful to know how OSSE buses are performing relative to contracted routes. And anecdotally, it seemed as though parents were saying the contractor routes are in fact doing better. So thank you for following up on that. Something else that jumped out at me, young people are told to be outside 15 minutes before the bus arrives. When do you alert families that the bus will be late?
So when we reach the 15-minute mark, so we have a window. So if your pickup time is 6:30, our on-time performance technically should be if the bus arrives anytime between 6:15 and 6:45. Now, at the 6:40 or 45 mark, what we rely on our current system is an insanely human-based, a system where the person who knows that the bus is late or it's the bus attendant and the bus driver on the bus. So our requirement is to have them contact our dispatch center, log the information. That information gets then passed to our parent resource center. So they need to monitor what comes in and then follow up with the parent as quickly as.
Literally just name 5 steps.
Right. Yes. It is tough, right? So that's why we are extremely excited about our parent, facing application, because we want the exact same thing that they do.
Understood. How often, or let me ask it this way, how are you tracking how frequently parents are being notified within that 15-minute window that the bus is late?
Well, so I am, happy to, follow up on that because there's a system generated timeline for every time
My sense is you all aren't tracking that.
I mean,
what we're hearing from parents is that often the notice doesn't come.
I will be, happy to follow up on our accuracy there.
So that's the second thing. The other, and the chairman touched on the GPS app, but I think this just highlights why it's so important. Let me come here. The one-on-one aids. I heard one of the parents testify that her child was not able to take transportation because there wasn't an aid. How frequently does this issue arise?
Yes, so we are, currently investigating that particular, situation. Obviously, I can't speak about a particular family or a student's situation due to a student privacy, but I was very surprised to hear. Well, I was, very surprised to, hear about a 1218 that is not, that led to a no.
Let me ask this way, what is the protocol? Obviously, the 118 means the aid is on the bus when the young person is being picked up.
Yes.
What is the protocol should that person call out and or there's a reason why that person is not on the bus?
Yes, so every bus drivers and attendants actually have an assigned route. So if they come to work, it would be the same 1218 for the particular student. Now, if that bus attendant actually calls out, our second, option is to ask the, question of, do we have a bench of attendants, at the terminal who can serve, for in that particular role. Now, if we do not have a bench, which, does happen as well, our next requirement is, 1218 is an IEP requirement that we have to follow. So
Yes.
if we had an, issue, then we are, non-compliant. However, we actually do not have a legal obligation to have a one-to-one, a main attendant on the school bus. So, like every bus, we have an aide who looks out for the.
Do you track how frequently aides are missing from their routes?
That would be on a paper trip ticket, so to, answer your question, we probably do on paper, but not, in an aggregate manner.
If you could follow up with that, I want to know how big of an issue this is. Is this a once in a blue moon type issue? Again, anecdotally from parents, it seems like it's happening pretty frequently.
I'll follow up.
Okay. Do we have a timeline? And I'm only asking because sometimes I also feel like agencies say, oh, I'll follow up, and there's no real intention to follow up.
I see. Well, I have the full intention to follow up here. I think for me, the timeline depends on what type of work that we actually have to do. If this is, something that we already have readily available, then that's fine. But if
I have
it's
a
a manual
feeling-
paper trip ticket, then that will be.
In my last 3 minutes, I want to pivot slightly. As you know, OSSE is building a bus terminal in Ward 5 in our Brentwood community to the objection of Ward 5 neighbors. And Ward 5 neighbors have received zero information, even after repeated requests for information. So to that end, what is the updated timeline for the completion of the W Street bus terminal?
So the latest information we have from our DGS partner is a spring of 2026.
Okay, the website says summer 2025.
Yes, well, we also thought that it was summer of 2025. We were actually, hoping for it as well. But, from our latest, engagement with our partner, that runs the.
When was the last documented engagement with the community?
I will have to find that out. I am not quite sure.
I'll tell you the answer. I think it's zero. OSSE has refused to engage residents, even though you're building a bus terminal right across the street from people's homes. Let me ask this. You mentioned that the cost of a bus is $120,000. How many electric buses are in the C-suite?
So right now, from our 2022 EPA Clean School Bus grant that we were awarded, we got a $7.6 million that led to us purchasing 25. And we have a couple right now have been delivered and a few that we're still waiting on the.
So it sounds like they've all been purchased, but there's a back order.
Correct.
And then being delivered.
Yes.
Is it safe to assume for this W Street bus terminal, there will be in fact diesel powered buses and not all electric buses?
Yes, so the construction plan actually has a plan for building 10 charging infrastructure. It, does not mean that it can only house 10 buses, but those.
We only have 2 electric buses.
Not 2. We will have 25 in place once all the order comes in.
But neighbors should assume there will be diesel powered buses in the garage.
Yes.
Okay, one last question. Are there updated site plans for the bus terminal It is my understanding that DGS found underground wetlands and perennial streams, which has forced there to be a redesign. Do these exist?
Yes, so I just, had the same reaction that many folks here did. Yes, we did hear that there was a perennial stream identified on the land. That was, part of the reason why the project got.
And so these site plans exist?
Yes.
And so I have a community meeting Thursday. Are you able to share the updated timeline, the updated specs and site plans, and any information about how many buses will be in the bus terminal by Thursday?
Also, if I may, we actually don't run the construction project. Like we are
Understood, but you have it.
Well, I will have to check what type of information we actually. I mean, I will assume
like for the time.
Yes.
I'm trying to beat Councilmember Fruman. Here's my formal request.
Yes.
I have a 6 p.m. meeting. Before that meeting, I'm formally requesting that OSSE share with the committee and with me information on the updated timeline for delivery of that bus terminal, how many buses are expected to be housed, and updated site plan so I could share it with the community.
Got it.
Understood. Thank you.
You failed in your competition with your colleague, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Park. I want to kind of pick up on something that you were speaking with Councilmember Parker, but the perspective of hiring and retention, which has been an ongoing challenge and issue with OSSE DOT. You remarked just a few minutes ago, one of the questions in terms of the one-to-one aid situation, if an aide calls out, is, quote, do we have a bench of aides at the terminal? You never answered your own question. So I guess I'll start with, do you have a bench of aides who are available to float? Is that even a thing that OSSE has the capacity to do at this point?
We had 7 bench members for bus attendance this morning, and it's probably one of the few times we did it, and we have a plan on how to maintain that.
Okay, so you had 7 this morning?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So let's talk about just sort of hiring in general. What's the vacancy rate for drivers right now?
So right now, if I may, so not the rate. I'm sure I can calculate this stuff for you, but we currently have 99 school bus driver vacancies and not 91 bus attendant vacancies. Out of around 500 each group, we have about 980 or so positions that I believe that we can hire.
Okay, so 99 bus driver vacancies and 91 bus attendant vacancies. One of the things that you said in your testimony that has been a struggle, which has been a struggle for many, many years now, has been the number of individuals who are qualified with the CDL license, especially knowing that OSSE DOT is having to compete with FedEx, UPS, Amazon, lots of other places who are looking for CDL drivers. In 2023, OSSE said that one of its long-term strategies around dealing with some of the hiring and retention practices was to establish your own CDL academy to hopefully build a pipeline of drivers. But I haven't heard anything about this in a while. So what's the update on this?
Yes, so this is a partnership. We closely work with our DPW partner. We recently, the latest graduating class had about 9 bus attendants who gained their full CDL licenses. Unfortunately, 2 of 9 have actually moved to other jurisdiction, but we are very excited to onboard 7 of our prior bus attendants into our school bus driver roles.
Wait, so we trained 9 people, and then how many actually joined the agency?
7.
7. And what happened to the other 2?
It is my understanding that they resigned.
Oh, they resigned. Okay. Is 9 in a class an average, or is that just a small number? I'm just wondering, like, what's the capacity of how many people can you actually do in a class?
Yes. So in terms of capacity, that's a conversation we have with the DPW in terms of, because we actually get the training from DPW. It is also my understanding that DOES has some opportunities to train us CDL license holders, but it's an ongoing conversation of what is your capacity and do we have the interested people. I do believe that OSSE would probably have more interested people.
Okay. Is there a requirement that if you're trained through the program, you have to work within DC government for a certain period of time?
Yes, so we actually, have that in place. Like, I don't have the exact years. I believe it's 2 years, but we do, need to make the offer, and making the offer, in the last year has been a bit hard. So.
Okay. One of the challenges besides just hiring was around retention. Can you talk a little bit about some of the strategies that you guys have employed over the summer and now into this current school year to hold on to some of your more veteran drivers?
Yes, so many of our staff have actually worked for 20 plus years at OSSE. I am very, very thankful that many have no intention of leaving. They tell me all the time. I'm so grateful for our school bus drivers and attendants. Now, having said that, if they have different life choices that they have to make because there's a competing agencies or entities that tend to offer a job, it's very hard for us to keep those employees. That's part of the reason why we're excited about the CDL license, the non-van idea, because it helps people grow into other functions. But yes, so we have I have shown earlier in my testimony, like our staffing has been going down, unfortunately.
Okay. So during the budget oversight hearing in March, we were told that OSSE scaled back certain incentives that you had been offering and implemented a new strategy to address some workplace complaints from employees, and that the strategy was intended to balance the management to staff ratio so that you all are able to hire more managers. At that point, you had one manager for every 38 non-managerial folks on the team. I guess we just started the new fiscal year, but you've already started. In March, you were cutting back on some of these budget incentives. So how has this strategy worked? Have you increased the number of managers and significantly moved this ratio in any way?
Yes, so probably the most fun part of my job is to go to a school bus terminal and say, hello to our folks. And I have shared to my colleagues that like our, absenteeism is quite high. But I did tell them that there are many things that I believe that the managers can do better. Like we gotta, create a better working condition for them. We gotta, have them incentivize more to come to work and do good things. And I will say, maybe I'm not supposed to say this, but this is the first year that I have not experienced an employee protest from our union, and to us that means an incremental step of getting better as an agency internal organizational culture. Last year we had a 31% absenteeism. Like I know how crushing it can be to a parent when we have to tell them no buses coming on time, and we have a day with a third of our employees who may not be able to show up to work. That is now down to 25%, and I hope to maintain it throughout the year. My version to our union bus drivers and attendant was give me the opportunity to make your work experience better, and I believe you all will probably come to work more, and I do believe that is somewhat happening. So from a numbers perspective, we still have a lot more to do for our drivers, but that's how we're trying to maintain.
Okay, I appreciate that, but you didn't answer my question.
Oh, I'm so sorry. If you could.
So one of the things that you guys wanted to do was up the number of managers you had to change the ratio. Have you done that?
Yes. So because we are now able to fully hire, we are undergoing the exercise of bringing in on the terminal managers. It's called STMS, the Supervisory Terminal Management Specialist. They are the direct supervisor to school bus drivers, and thankfully the mayor has supported us. Mayor and council have both approved our budget to have 10 more supervisors to decrease that number. But we are currently undergoing the new fiscal year hiring practice to bring on more supervisors, which will bring that
So you're not on a hiring freeze currently?
No.
Okay, that's good to hear. I had a bunch of questions about the, I don't know, what I hope was gonna be an update on GPS tracking. But I've, listening in, realized that I guess maybe the chairman is gonna perhaps hold a separate roundtable because there were lots of unanswered questions or questions that couldn't be answered on that today. Did I get that?
More than unanswered questions. It's that we will have a roundtable in a month. And I hope that OSSE will come in and say the RFP has actually been issued and that they will give us a timeline and we'll go from there.
Okay. I feel like we've
So
been talking about this for like 2 years.
Yes, well, we're going to talk about it every month or every other month, maybe every month until this thing actually is underway.
All right. Tracking a bus, man. I didn't think it was gonna be this difficult. Given all the track the tracker? Okay, all right. So in your pre-hearing responses to the committee, you provided some data outlining the number of complaints you guys have received each month. And earlier today, we heard some testimony from parents who have decided not to even use the call center for submitting complaints because they were told, quote, complaints cannot be reported unless the issue has occurred more than 3 times in a row. When did this become the policy?
So that should not be the case. So I will find out who mentioned that from our agency. It makes no sense to not document a complaint if there's no 3 times. So I mean, I will address
But
that.
also, like, just complaint is a complaint, regardless of whether or not it was a pattern. It could have been a 1% have been a problem. So, okay. So can we get some follow-up on that once you from there? So several parents obviously have talked about the destabilizing it can be when route changes and lack of communication with families, et cetera. And Councilmember Parker talked about this, and I only have 12 seconds, so I will just say this for the statement for the record, right? Like, if that's fine. If we should be, particularly with this population of students, over communicating with families about the transportation of their child from one place to the other. If I think about even just for my child's school, the number of class dojo, remind, emails, et cetera, like DCPS is over communicating perhaps to an extent that is too much. Meanwhile, you guys go with less is more. And I don't actually think, like, you might want to talk to your agency friends in terms of what it means for families to be able to know, are you going to be on time? Are you going to be late? Did my kid leave school? Was there an issue? Like, for communication, I think we're never going to say that's too much. But thank you. Thank you, Mr. Park. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Picking up where Councilwoman Henderson left off pertaining to complaints, could you speak to why did OSSE DOT reduce its on-time route target from 97% to 94% despite years of complaints?
Yes, so I will, that has been a question that we have also been trying to answer since we've heard from your office. We have actually gone back multiple years on our public facing target, and our target has always been 94%. I don't like that being the 94% either, but when we looked at our performance plan, agency performance plan each year going back to FY 2020, 21, 22, it has always been about 94%, but I will, follow up with my team will, follow up with your office in terms of, where the misunderstanding may be.
Could you speak to any internal discussions that you and or members of your senior leadership have been conducted to try to ensure that there's no complaints?
Yes, so I would like no complaints as well. We have to be a system that can serve, every student's need. And, that's a question we consistently have. And, for us, the number one goal is to have a bench of staff that can serve families, because our number one challenge is having not enough school bus drivers in attendance that can serve our student demand. And so that has been the direct point of attack for us, in terms of how can we actually decrease the number of students who rely, on our, service. And that could be our parent stipend program. That could be us trying to identify non-writing students. So it's all in the name of getting what parents actually need.
You mentioned bus drivers. Within your written testimony, you mentioned that your agency currently has 470 bus drivers, and as well as the current vacancies. Could you speak to what's the average length of time to fill those positions?
Yes, so in the current fiscal constraints, we haven't been able to hire fast, but normally, we would have something like a hiring fair or a post a job. And as, long as that we are, able to move quite quickly with our DCHR partners, the fastest hirings that I've seen, go from anywhere from 4 to 5 months. Obviously there's a lot of back and forth in terms of background checks and, drug testing and so on. But we're normally able to onboard a school bus driver and any other positions, probably within a half a year time period.
How many of the 4,000 students that OSSE and DOD serves reside in Ward 7 and 8? And
yes, so I actually have that information in front of me. So 814 students live in Ward 7, and 933 students live in Ward 8. So it's about half of our student population that we serve.
And could you speak to what percentage of the total routes do these wards represent?
So we would, so that would be a harder question to ask and answer because we don't operate routes in one particular ward. We have, bus routes that pick up students for sometimes all 4 quadrants. So, I am, happy to like provide data in terms of which school the bus is going. So which schools in what particular ward that we transfer students to, and maybe the route information as to what schools that these students in Ward 7 and 8 go to.
Could you speak to what is the average delay time for Ward 7 routes?
Well, so we look at delay times based on our school bus route and not particularly for a particular, ward. And we all, want to get there. I want this, GPS project to be implemented fast. And once we, have that, I think, we will be able to know the student level of, let's look at all Ward X students and actually see, are they more impacted by then, by our delays than, other routes. But I am not aware of a particular ward being more so, impacted.
Based on your evaluations, what are you finding that leads to delays?
So the main reason for the delays is we don't have assign staff to a particular route. So, we have a major, assign a route assignment process where employees are able to bid on their routes. And when we have, let's say, 500, employees, and let's say, we have 600 routes that we need to operate, then we would have a gap of 100 routes. Then we would then have to contact our private route vendors, but sometimes due to a budgetary constraint, we may not be able to always have a route with a permanent assignment. This is the first year in 3 years that we actually have a plan to make sure every route has an assigned staff, and that I think will really yield positive impact to our families. Now, the second reason is if an assigned member routinely does not show up to work, and that impacts on-time performance as well. So I would say the non-assigned routes and the staff absenteeism tend to have the 2 major impacts on a school bus route being late.
Could you speak to what systems are in place when the family's assigned bus fails to pick up their student?
Yes, so the way that the system's in place is when we are when we are unable to push a route out, then it's the terminal that contacts our parent resource center, who needs to, monitor the intake, of that information that triggers a communication, out to the families. There are also, situations where we may have on-time, road delays or accidents that may also trigger a late route. Then it is the driving staff's job to contact dispatcher, pass on that, information to our PRC.
So I'm looking and I see that in FY 2025, your data shows that 239 buses broke down. Could you speak to what was the causes of those buses breaking down, as well as how many involved student safety incidents?
Yes, so we have, we have incidents where a bus has to get repaired, and it could be anything minor from a window not closing all the way to the AC not functioning to its full capacity in the summer, anything to an engine failure. So there's some aging parts that we have to repair, but there are also instances where things hit buses, and buses tend to hit things where we have to repair bumpers and different types of damage. In terms of the 200 some number of bus repairs that we actually have to do, we have 1,000 buses per day, AM and PM, driving around the city at entire time. So that's 1,000 times 300 or 180 days of a school year, probably 1.8 million times of our bus having to be on the road. And I would say 200 sometimes when we do have to fix a bus, we would go ahead and do that. Now, in terms of, am I concerned about that number? We currently have 607 school bus in our fleet. We have about 500 some that we know are working properly, and we currently run 330 school bus routes, OSSE bus routes, every day. So we do have some cushion, and we do have to fix buses as quickly as possible.
Could you speak to how many families in Ward 7 receive the parent stipend, and what's the average payment?
Yes, so the current number is 262 parents receive the parent stipend program. That's 25% of our student population, compared to the 3% of our student ridership count. So it's quite relatively similar. If I add the Ward 7 and 8 figure, it is 51% of our students are participating in our parent stipend program.
And my final question is round. Could you speak to how the 2026 GPS pilot change parents, or rather how the 2026 GPS pilot will change the way you guys communicate with parents, and what type of accountability measures do you guys plan to put in place?
Yes, so we believe that it would probably cut down about 80% of our call volume, because we do get a lot of questions, rightfully so, of where's my school bus. And this app basically answers that question for you. So we do think it will be an impactful and project for our parents. We are personally excited about it because this will move our function into a modernized version where we do not have to print 1,000 trip tickets all day trying to read the handwriting of our folks and trying to keep them, store them, document them, figure out how to have them in an electronic version. So from an operation or efficiency standpoint, it's great. And then lastly is it gives us the ability to track from a tablet, when are we picking up students, when are we getting to school.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. I just want to note or remind you that when you follow up to various questions that you provide, actually the protocol is you send the answer to us and a copy to the member who asked for the information. And probably you're going to take all the follow-up and just put it in one letter or document. So just wanted to remind you of that. Because I'm in a little bit of a grumpy mood, I'm going to start out this round with this excerpt from testimony. I was a little shocked by this. One of the school officials testified, that's why I've done my due diligence to ensure that only students who truly require transportation services continue to have them. I've encouraged eighth graders who begin to demonstrate academic, behavioral, and adaptive skill proficiencies to practice navigating an established route with their families. Students who have transitioned off of this service have increased attendance and punctuality. I'm just pausing a little bit. Students have transitioned off of this service, meaning OSSE DOT, have increased attendance and punctuality. I thought that was kind of shocking. You said you were going to follow up with regard to that allegation that the Parents Resource Center refuses to log a complaint because the issue has not occurred 3 days in a row. Correct? You said you'd follow up on that?
Yes.
That was Jennifer Lewis who testified to that. So you'll follow up with her and then let us know. That'll be part of your follow-up to us. She was not the only one, but I'm looking at a list of 8 things. The 3 days in a row was one of the 8 suggestions of what accountability should look like. Specifically, the council should ask. And number 1 was accuracy. So we got a lot of testimony about inaccurate information. The bus is not arriving when the bus does arrive, that the bus has picked up the kid from school. And when the bus hasn't picked up the kid from school, kind of really misleading, inaccurate communications. How is that happening and how is that going to end?
Well, that's so communication is an area of our OSSE DOT that has to get better. I am not here today saying that we are trying our best. I am not saying that we are perfect. Communication is an area that we're going to, have to attack in terms of, how do we make the user experience better? Because at the, end of the day, that's what we, have to measure ourselves by. Many of our folks at OSSE, I have this sort of viewpoint of many people are frustrated. I see, PRC staff crying in front of the, headquarters, after, some point, because they can't seem to do their job well because we are not providing the right, infrastructure and support for them. Oftentimes if a PRC rep gets, yelled at, it's because their colleagues did not show up to work. So in terms of, how can we help PRC is actually the answer, as to how can we actually improve our communication system. So we're trying to limit the, yes.
So that leads me to this question. I'm guessing that you do not have a written strategic plan to address performance issues like this. And so can you develop a strategic plan to address performance issues?
So if it's a performance issue by our staff, I mean, obviously some staff, have to get better at doing their job. Drivers, sometimes have to call in more information, faster. Sometimes we
Yeah, I
have
know,
to
but that wasn't quite my question.
Okay.
It was, so we've identified at this hearing a lot of different issues. Accuracy of communication is one of them, but also like filling vacancies, that's another one. Like getting this bus tracking system implemented is another one. And so of all the different issues that have been identified, it seems to me maybe there should be a strategic plan that sets forth what and when, and maybe even how.
Yes, I will be happy to take that back to our team and see what we can do. We have a list of 16 to 20 projects that we're currently focused on getting this right, and maybe that is so-called our division of strategic plan. But OSSE as a whole is also currently working with a firm to do our agency strategic plan, and that will be a focus area for us.
Well, sometimes the best generals have a strategic plan by which they operate. And so maybe I'll add that to the roundtable next month, is the progress with a strategic plan, which of course we'll like to see, because then when we do our oversight hearing next February, I have a plan that you've given me that says what, when, and how. And are you on track with that plan?
Understood.
What's specific? So this is a very different question. What specific barriers to system improvement do you face that we can help with?
Well, we do have a plan on how to maintain our services. We have been, able to save millions in operating costs. This year, we were able to reduce our ridership demand. Where I would like the council's help is our continued attention, which you all do, continued support. Continue to please, root for us that we have the right people here in the agency, who can move this work forward. That is, probably all I can ask.
Okay. I want to go back to the issue of the bus tracking and the GPS procurement. So has there been a legal issue with regard to privacy of the students, and has there been with that?
Well, so because we are a state education agency, we actually do have a very different type of data, student data protection work we have to do when we have done some market research on vendors that provide these types of services. They were very shocked to actually hear the level of data. So we have to do for.
Are you shocked to hear what?
To learn what type of data protection requirement that we have as a state education agency compared to a local education agency that runs a student transportation. We do not believe that will be a barrier to it, but it's something that we gotta work through. But I don't think it's a legal question. It does not prevent us from getting a system, but it's something that we just have to work out and make sure.
Well, I would like you to follow up after this hearing with a fuller explanation of that. I'm not convinced that there is a privacy issue. I asked the question because I sort of remember this in the back of my head from a discussion many, many months ago, and I'm not convinced that there's a privacy issue. So I listened to one of the witnesses testify about how her kid is on a bus with 4 or 5 other kids, and so the bus stop before hers lets her know, so she knows who that is. She doesn't necessarily know what the medical issue is or what the how do I know, but she doesn't necessarily know what the specific issue is with the child. All she knows is that the child's on the bus. And that's all anybody's going to know from the GPS. So I'm not convinced there's an issue there. But I would like you to explain that more fully in follow-up to this hearing.
Understood.
I want to go back to the discussion about what is on time. So actually, when Councilmember Parker asked you what is on time, you said you have 2 measures. One was leaving the terminal, and then he went on to a different question. So what are the 2 measures?
So the 2 measures are whether we are having a bus leave the terminal on time, on schedule based on the trip ticket is one. The other one was, are we actually getting to school within the bell time that's set on the trip ticket?
Okay.
What about an arrival?
What about I think it's roughly 25% of kids, maybe I've got the number wrong, who the scheduled time for arrival at school is, or drop off at school is after the start of school? Are they on time if they're within your schedule?
If I may, can I please ask for a clarification of that?
Well, I'll ask it this way. There was one parent who testified that the on-time pickup of her child is, I think it was 8:45, and it's a 45-minute trip to school. So the child will be delivered according to the schedule on time at 9:30, even though school started at maybe 9. So is that child on time when they're when they're dropped off at 9:30?
Also, those are what we connect with our LEA partners. So our LEA partners are extremely good. I mean, even outside of us, monitoring actual, on time arrival, our LEA partners maintain the school schedule in terms of when we are supposed to be there. So sometimes, we have instances where we find out that we are, dropping off students too early or too late. So that's a, startup school adjustments that we normally, have to make.
All right, I'm lost. The issue here is what is on time. So I'm looking at this, 296, this is from a year ago, 296 students were assigned to bus routes that arrived after the start of instruction at least once a week on average, and 192 students were assigned to bus routes that arrived after the start of instruction at least twice a week on average. They were scheduled to arrive after the start of instruction. So were they dropped off on time?
Well, so my understanding there is so LEAs tell us when the bus is supposed to be. And if we actually get to school on time based on what the LEA shared, but that is not the right time, then we work with our LEA partners to adjust the timeline to make sure that time, can be sound. So there's an annual early beginning of the school year process where it is the LEA that tells us that our belt the bell time for our school is 8:30, and sometimes we drop off at 8:30 and we are told no, our school actually start at 8 o'clock, and there's a LEA engagement we do to confirm the bell time, so then we can actually push a bus out half an hour early.
You do realize I'm not following this.
Sorry.
Why am I not following this? When a parent tells me that her child is being delivered to school late, I should say dropped off at school late, to me, I mean, I'm going to believe the parent. I don't know what that means in terms of what the LEA tells you. So
If I may,
so that's one reason why I'm confused. But then the nature of my question is like in the month of September, percent on time school arrival by unique route was 86%. 86% of, I guess, the students or trips were on time, but I want to know which on time that was. Is that on time?
On time prior to the bell time indicated by the LEA.
The bell time indicated by the LEA.
Correct.
Did you understand that? No. I don't even know what to suggest. I could say follow up and explain it, but I'm not sure you would explain it any differently. This is just not making sense. So I'll go back to the parent who testified that her school starts, I think, at 8:45, and the pickup is at 9:15. The drop off is at 9:30. That's the scheduled drop off by the route because it's 45 minutes. The child is picked up on time at 8:45, but the school started at 8:45. So to me, that's late. I don't know what the LEA is telling you. All I know is what the parent's telling me. So I don't know how to process this.
Also, if I may try, one more time to explain, we have 68 LEAs with hundreds of schools. Each has different bell time. It's a varying, some start at as early as 7:15, is the earliest I know. The late ones, start at 9:30. Every year as part of our startup school process, OSSE requests calendar and bell time information from each school every year. So we have records in place. That helps us build a route, because if a school says our bell time is 8:30, we cannot go over this particular time. But sometimes what we do find out is that we are told 8:30, but in reality, the school actually starts at 8. That is the understanding that we did not have, and for us, that's a fairly easy accommodation for us because we just, have to tell the staff to then show up to work half an hour early, change the trip pick and time by half an hour each. And, that's the, way that we fix it. But we actually do have some, instances where we have to work with our LEAs because they say your buses are arriving too late or too early.
I have some more questions, but I'm out of time. Councilmember Berman.
Thank you very much. And actually, thank you for that line of questions. It took away one of the lines of questions that I was going to pursue about communication with the LEAs. And this is fundamental. You got to know what the right time is. And when you hear testimony that there was a disconnect in communication, deeply troubling. I want to explore some numbers things. So you have 470 drivers and you have 99. So let's just call it 100 vacancies. That's like 17% vacancy level. You also said you have 330 unique routes. So 470 drivers feels like a pretty healthy number of drivers for 330 routes. Somewhere along the line, it was said that absenteeism was 31% last year, which if it were 470, that's close to 150, which gets you below 330. So now we got a problem. But I mean, the absenteeism is a giant problem. What's happening with absenteeism so far this year?
So this year is 25%.
Still a very high number. Okay, 25% so far. So that again, that's if it's 470 absenteeism, 120, you're down pretty close to that 330. You're to the bone, and people take. All right, so two things that we need to do is hiring, so we have more drivers, and bringing down that absenteeism level. What are you doing to try to bring down absenteeism?
Well, so my, when I did terminal visits, my promise to staff was that we will create a better working environment for them to motivate them to come to work more. And we're actually seeing, maybe, as a result of that, the 25% absenteeism is too high. And I know that, we have to decrease that figure, but, that is not the only way for us to actually operate, because that 25% aren't just people calling out sick. It's your annual leave, FMLAs, things that we actually do not control, as an agency as well. But, that's why we have a private route operation, because that is a supply inducing, measure to have more coverage. So if I add that on top of it, then it is not a very thin, I mean, it's still a thin, margin, but.
Okay, so what percentage of the routes are private operator routes?
Right now, there are 66 private routes right now running.
Fifth. And what do you do to track performance on those routes?
We are, required to, so since we have the upper hand of having to pay them, they have to submit the same trip ticket information. And, we actually have the ability to take away their route if they don't perform well.
Trip tickets, there was some testimony that it's too hard to enter the data, so that it makes it hard. There's data there about what time the pickup was, what time the drop off was. There's granular data about performance that's on those trip tickets. Have you explored using modern technologies to read that data and get at the information?
Well, that's why we started collecting our on-time school arrival, because we have people looking over 1,000 pages of trip tickets, each day, monitoring the late routes. And, these are handwritten, scanned document. So the future of the DOT is this GPS product, right? Because that will help us collect the, info.
100%. The GPS product is the key, because it will be there. It ought to be designed so it's all there, so you can look at all of the data from departure from the garage to drop off to pickups at each step along the way. But the idea that people are going through these paper tickets, there are technologies today to get at that information. And it's not my thing, it's not my generation, but we should be able to get at that data. You're going around to the garage and trying to talk with people about work conditions. One of the things that I think was spoken about before was you were going to create, you said that complaints are down from employees, but you were talking about creating a complaint center for employees in past hearings. Has a complaint center been created for employees to go issues they want to see addressed?
Well, so I'm not sure if the name we call it is a complaint center, but our, HR team is the intake for any type of supervisory complaints we get or any type of other employee complaints. So we have, hired a particular person in our HR team to able to, intake this information, and that person's main role is to hear the issues and complaints, from our staff so that we can, properly, adjust, any operations that we need to.
So there's kind of two things. There's different approaches that one could take for that. One is to create a place where people can go, and then you cross your fingers and hope that not too many people go so that it feels like we're doing better. And then another thing where you feel like there might be an issue in the work culture is you create a vehicle to hear, and you go out and you try to hear so that you can address underlying workplace things. What's the philosophy of the approach to learn about complaints inside of OSSE DOT today?
Well, that's such an excellent question. The focus is both, right? We do want to make sure that people feel empowered to share complaints to others, but we also, need to make sure we have the right tools. OSSE, this is my third district government, agency, and OSSE has one of the strongest staff survey process for us, where school bus drivers and other, employees are able to share their concerns, whether it's anonymously or, otherwise. So we actually do get a lot of complaints. I, go out to, terminals, often, because sometimes I feel like there's a need for employees to be able to speak to their supervisor. So, that is, something that I also, try to actively do.
Okay. I do think that it is important for OSSE to be proactive in trying to get to the bottom of what might be the issues out there. 25% absenteeism, I hear you. Some of that is people who are sick. Some of that is family leave and things like that. But it does strike me as a high number, and that it is indicative of an issue that the agency has that we would want to see the agency aggressively trying to address. One of the other things that you talked about in your testimony was partnerships with LEAs, where OSSE might provide the funding and the LEA would perform the service. Talk to me just briefly about what's happening there and what kinds of efficiencies you think you might be able to secure.
Thank you. So sometimes we see a route where it probably is better served by a particular, LEA. The most common example that I will give is we have a school bus that probably could fit around 22 students, but maybe only 2 students, go to a particular LEA. It's such a better, operation for them to potentially, handle the route rather than us, having to deploy staffing and a type A school bus as well. So how we are trying to approach this, LEA pilot is, it also addresses the issue of they have the incentive to control their demand as well, rather than asking us to, transport, every student that they deem eligible. So it could be a cost. There has to be a cost, benefit analysis here. For some LEAs, it's going to be far cheaper for the city, for us to, having to, operate. But there are some, LEAs that I believe that it will be cheaper for them to have an operating, budget to transport their small, number of students. So that's the, pilot that we're trying to explore.
All right. Well, I'll be very curious to follow that as we move into oversight into the budget season. I have 39 seconds. I won't cheat too much. I'm going to have to go, but I am going to want to set up a meeting with you between now and the oversight process. There's a bunch of topics that I haven't been able to get to in this setting. This has been very, very useful, but one of the issues that we hear about is how long are the buses waiting for the kids? And that seems variable. I'm going to get back to you on that. Another thing that we hear is incidents on the buses where a child may have not been treated in the way that they should have been treated or placed in a context that's contrary to what their IEP would have suggested. And I'm very curious to learn about what you're doing to make sure that all of the people on the buses are trained in the individual needs of the children who are on that bus. We don't have time for it today. This is obviously a hot button issue. A number of council members came out, and you've been great and tried to present candid answers. Everybody in this room and out there knows we have to do better. And so let's try to support each other to do better, because these are some of the most vulnerable of our residents, maybe our most vulnerable residents, and we cannot make their day worse. We have to make their days better. So let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Park, how many lawsuits were filed against OSSE DOT in the past fiscal year?
I do not have that information available to me, but I believe that information can be easily.
So you'll
provided by our
follow up
legal
with that. I know there was the class action filed by Children's Law Center, but I'm assuming there were some others in addition.
I will get back to you on that.
Okay. And my question has to do with OSSE DOT, not other OSSE issues or not other OSSE special ed issues. So you'll get back to me on that. So a long, long time ago in this hearing, I mentioned that I noticed that if I compared FY22 fiscal year 2022 with fiscal year 2025, there was an increase of 859 students, I guess, who would be eligible for OSSE DOT. And I wanted to probe why the increase.
Well, so that is a special education function question. So I mean, from my role at the agency is the operations and the logistics wing at the agency, and what we have to do is we have to meet the legal requirements that the IEP team indicates. Every student number you just named is what our LEA partners have asked, or required, us to transport the student. And that number, has been actually going up. So.
Yes, it's 4331 this year, 3878 last year, 23639 the year before. And as I said, 3472 in fiscal year 2022. But surely you've been in leadership meetings at OSSE where there's been discussion about why this number is going up.
Well, yes. So there are some reasons why this number has been. I mean, parent portal directly tackles that problem. So I do want to clarify for the public and you as well that the number that we presented from OSSE, DOT, is the total number of students that are on the student trip ticket. So those are the counting of names. Now, there are far more students eligible for student transportation. Some parents, choose to, self transport as well, whether part of the stipend program or not. Now, that number has been going up too fast. It has been going up faster than probably the special, education students. As a whole, it has certainly, grew faster than the total, number of general education students that we have in the city. What we do, so, as I, mentioned in my testimony, what we have found out from our years of, probably, research, here, is when we had a model of LEAs asking for student transportation, there was a probably an exercise of LEAs just asking for the same students from last year again. So it has been an exercise of last year's students and new students. Next year is that amount plus more. And, it just grew fast, where we have, found out that there is probably a very high volume of non-writing students, who we have found that graduated. We used to have many routes with 2 or 3 schools asking us to transport the, exact same kid, sometime to a wrong address, as well. So, we have met, as a leadership group and asked the question of how do we get to the most accurate number of students who actually need transportation, and our mindset was to then go directly to the parents instead of our LEA partners. And that's how we were able to confirm that there were probably about 1,000 student names that did not have to be on the trip tickets, and that actually translates us to not having to send staff and drive around the city going to those.
Yes, and I remember that from your statement.
Yes.
So you were present at the beginning of this hearing when we heard from 6 invited witnesses, 2 from Arlington County, 1 from Broken Arrow Public Schools in Oklahoma, virtual, Prince George's County, Greenville County, South Carolina, and Prince William County, Virginia. Every one of them talked about the need for the transportation department, that would be you, to be in these IEP meetings. So is it possible for OSSE DOT to be involved in IEP meetings?
Well, so, I thank you for that question. So I believe, each of the expert witness said that they would like to be invited. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, and we actually do get invited to a lot of different IEP meetings. Now, it's not, only an IEP meeting about determination of eligibility, but we have a lot of safety meetings where we need to, meet and try to, figure out which seating might work best, which, types of accommodations are needed, on the school bus. Now, in terms of, whether we have a room at the table or not, is we are a state education agency, so we are supposed to be the one monitoring the LEA's, action here. And so, therefore, we actually do not have the federal, authority to actually decline or refuse a student transportation. And I think the same thing was said from our witnesses as well here. So what we do though as an agency is we provide guidance, technical assistance to our LEA partners. We have that, and obviously I can't speak on behalf of our special education team at OSSE that does this great work, but I am not an IDEA content expert here. I just need to make sure that every kid that we're actually being told gets to a school on time. But I do know that we have an updated guidance coming to our LEA partners that actually tells them this is when a student should be eligible for transportation, and this is when they are not supposed to be.
But I think that's only part of the question, meaning about the transportation, the IEP and the transportation. But you said something a minute ago where OSSE is supposed to monitor the LEA. Can you develop that again or explain that, elaborate on that?
Yes, so our special education team, part of their role is to monitor and provide oversight and provide, technical assistance for all SPED work. Yes.
So what does that have to do with OSSE DOT participating in IEP team meetings?
Yes, so this function, it does presents a conflict of interest for us because we are.
Yeah, I thought that's what you were going to say. So really, so if you participate in an IEP team meeting, there would be a conflict of interest since OSSE is supposed to monitor independently, objectively. However, OSSE is providing transportation. That's hardly independent. So the conflict is already there.
Yes, so
I'm not buying that explanation. Now, actually, I'm not sure I'm speaking to you. I might be speaking above you, but I'm not buying that explanation.
Yes, for me, where my role really has been is there an opportunity within the locus of my control? And my team and I believe that we were able to reduce 8,000 students down from our.
Well, yeah, but I want you, if there's, but the issue here is, as I said a minute ago, that wasn't the question or something like that. There's several issues that I'm thinking of right now with regard to OSSE DOT and the IEP team meetings. One is whether the child needs transportation, but another is the logistics of what's being required. Now, we received testimony at the beginning of the hearing about how an IEP may require that the child has to be the last to be picked up and the first to be dropped off. And logistically, that may not be possible, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to call it a tactical issue. It has nothing to do about the need of the student. It has to do with whether OSSE DOT, whether that works. Whether that works, and if it doesn't work, well, then the IEP team needs to look more carefully at that requirement and whether it's really, really necessary. What about the testimony that we heard about the child who was required to be dropped off on a street that ended up being a dead-end street? The turnaround that during the afternoon pickup, the school, it was impossible for the bus. You were here for that?
Yes, yes.
testimony?
So
Yeah.
I do believe that expert witness also said that, even though if it's impossible, that is an IDA violation. The government, has the responsibility to figure out how to make that, happen. Now, logistically, that's challenging to do.
Well, no, that was not the way I heard that testimony at all. The way I heard that testimony is that there's probably an alternative that meets the needs of the student.
Yes, I would,
The only way to pick up, now we don't know who the student was and you don't know the details. I don't know the details. The only way to pick up that student was at a dead end. It's completely blocked in the afternoon. I don't think so. I think there's a little bit of a edge to my tone here because I don't know how you run a transportation system and other people make the decisions for you. Not about who's eligible, but about putting requirements on you running the system that nobody's talked to you who's running the system.
Sir, if I may give you an example of this very particular issue, we have about 35 students whose IEP currently indicate that they are a single rider student. They cannot be with other students. We have to operate a 22-passenger school bus, and they must be a single riding student that could fit around 20-some students, on a bus, from a capacity size. We play a role of having to abide by our IDA requirement. What our team did this year is, if we don't have the staffing, if it's impossible to transport students and hundreds of kids cannot go to school, it is our job to proactively reach out to those parents and say, "Dear ma'am, can we please put your child with another student on the route?" And nearly everybody said no. And from our authority of, do we believe that student actually does need single ridership or not, it's a question for the IEP team. We have to trust our LEAs that they're making the right decisions,
No.
based on the students' needs.
We don't have to trust that they're making the right decision. I'm pausing. That may sound a little shocking. I'm remembering a colleague, probably everybody knows who, but I'll try not to say who, a colleague whose child has a reading disorder, qualifies for either a Section 504 IEP, and was offered transportation by the LEA, by the team, by the IEP team for a reading disorder. And the parent declined. No, I don't buy that the IEP team is sacrosanct here.
Sir.
And I would venture that you don't either. You don't have to answer that part. But I recognize that the IEP is a contract. You have to follow that contract. But not every contract is written carefully, understanding all the requirements. And in fact, there was lots of testimony from these six other six other DOTs, testimony from the six other DOTs that they're pushing back all the time on modifying an IEP. Nobody said that they were wrong in that, so I don't buy that. I don't buy the statement that you have to trust the LEA getting it right. Maybe again, I'm not speaking to you, I'm speaking through you to others. It seems to me that all the pressure on OSSE DOT, there are things that OSSE DOT can do differently, like the GPS system after 10 years of procurement, but there's some things that need to change that are being imposed on OSSE DOT.
Yes, as a helpful measure, as I reviewed the testimony from one of the witnesses, they actually said they have to transport around 17,000 students out of their, let's say, 80,000 population. I mean, that is a pretty high percentage. Only about 4,000 students of our 100,000 students actually require a student, transportation. So if that's a, stat that I just, thought of, as I, check that. I mean, I'm sure every city and environment are, very different, but, please know that I share your, frustration here.
Well, no, it's your frustration. I'm just acting on it. So I'm looking at the testimony from Tina Mitchell. Defines transportation as a related service, doesn't require input or evaluation from the transportation expert, only recommends it. Recommends it. I think that's your entree. But she talked about IEP teams and transportation decisions and the necessity to have better interaction. Maybe I'll say better integration between the transportation provider, that's you, the transportation provider, and the IEP team that's making a transportation decision for you. Robin Marshall, which was, I think he was Prince William County. To address these issues, a few key actions were taken. Weekly collaboration meetings, formed a transportation work group, I can go through all of it, but basically every one of the providers in these other jurisdictions talked about the same problem, and that was the IEP teams making transportation decisions for the transportation providers without consulting with the transportation providers, and basically the transportation providers figuring out how to get more access to the IEP teams, and that's what I'm pressing here. Anything else you wanted to ask? I think I'll leave it there. So hopefully somebody took notes of all the things you're going to get back to us on. And we will schedule a roundtable a month from now where we will discuss progress on the bus tracking system procurement and also on the strategic plan.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And thank you for putting up with us for 3 hours.
It's my job.
I want to note again, as I close this out, this has been a hearing on the OSSE Division of Student Transportation. The record will be open for 2 weeks. It will close at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, November 11th. And since I believe that's a holiday, it will be 9 a.m. Wednesday, November 12th. The time is 5:30 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.